Good morning to all.
Sir, Kumar sir, good morning, sir. Sivaram.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, 10:05 you can start, sir. 10:05.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Happy morning to all of you.
Happy morning, sir.
Thank you.
Happy morning, sir.
So I am Kumar here, going to discuss something about this research methodology. I hope in your previous 4 classes, you might have had a strong conceptual framework about research methodology. This subject, research methodology, consists of both theory and a problem. So, in your examination, you will get problem-oriented questions also. That portion I am going to take up and discuss with you in the remaining 4 classes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
What is there on the
Yes,
screen?
sir. Research methodology.
Okay. So till students are joining, I think. So in your previous classes, I hope you had a very strong theoretical background, which will help you to answer all the theory questions. Now the task before us is to go for problem-oriented area of your subject. As far as problem-oriented area is concerned, you have in your syllabus probability, theoretical distribution consisting of binomial distribution, Poisson distribution, and normal distribution. Then chi-square analysis, and then you have analysis of variance, correlation, regression. These are the most important areas of problem-oriented, means the part of your syllabus. Among them, let me take up some of the topics which are most important from the examination point of view. Other things you can manage yourself by going through the study materials. Now, let me start chi-square test. Chi-square test, which is one of the important areas in which you will definitely have a question. So you can see on the screen now the meaning of the term chi-square. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now listen. Let me first of all tell you what is the scope of this test, chi-square test. Say, in our day-to-day life, we used to expect so many things in our life happenings. We used to expect so many things. But to our surprise, all our expectations may not come good. All our expectations may not come good. You may expect one thing, but actually something else will happen. So there is always, in real life situation, there is always a discrepancy between your expectation and the actual happening. Do you agree with this or not?
Yes.
Yes, there is always a discrepancy between your expectation and the actual happening. It happens in business life situation, so not only in real life situation, in business also it happens. The businessman may expect so many things, but actually something else may happen. So there is always a discrepancy between theoretical expectation and actual happening. Yes, please. There is always a difference between theory or expectation and the actual happening. Now, it is the duty of the business to test, to check, or to verify the magnitude of the difference, so that if the magnitude is insignificant, then it can be ignored. If the magnitude is significant, then some corrective action is to be taken. That is the very purpose of this chi-square test. This test describes the magnitude of the discrepancy between theory and actual observation. If the magnitude is very small and insignificant, then it can be ignored. If the magnitude is, on the other hand, is significant, then we have to find out the causes and take corrective action. Here, our role is to find out whether the magnitude is significant or insignificant. That's all. And for that purpose, there is a formula given to find out the chi-square value. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. The formula is chi-square is sigma O minus E the whole square divided by E. Sigma O minus E the whole square divided by E. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Sigma O minus E the whole square by
Yes, sir.
this O minus E the whole square by E is taken as one variable. O minus E the whole square divided by E is taken as one variable. Okay. Now you should know the meaning of these two letters O and E. O is the observed frequencies, otherwise known as actual frequencies. O is the observed frequencies or actual frequencies. On the other hand, E is the expected frequency or theoretical frequency. E is the expected frequency or theoretical frequency. Is it clear now? The formula for chi-square is sigma O minus E the whole square divided by E, where O is the observed frequency, E is the expected frequency. Observed frequency is otherwise known as actual frequencies. The expected frequency is otherwise known as theoretical. Is it clear now? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Shall we move further now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us start with the problem. Is the problem seen on the screen now? Is the problem visible on the screen?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, let me read out the problem. Note down the important points, and then I will tell you how to solve this problem. Let me read out the problem. Listen to this, please. 200 digits are chosen at random from a set of tables. 200 digits are chosen at random from a set of tables. You might have heard about this logarithm table, the logarithm table, then the random number table.
சரி விளாடுமா கீழே டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணாதம்மா போமா விளாடுங்க போங்க.
So tables about that you might have.
Hello, dear students. All of you, please mute your mic.
Yes, ma'am. Kumar sir. Sir, unmute பண்ணுங்க sir. Kumar sir.
Hello.
Okay, okay, sir. No, okay, sir.
கேக்குதுங்களா?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
So I repeat now. 200 digits are chosen and the frequency of occurrence is given. You have to test the correctness of the hypothesis that these 10 digits, that is 0 to 9, these 10 digits are distributed in equal numbers. What is the meaning of distributed in equal numbers? There are 10 digits and there are 200 times it has been chosen, which means 10 digits are equally distributed out of 200 digits. So 200 by 10 equally distributed means every digit is expected to be distributed 20 times. That is the theoretical expectation. Because there are totally 200 digits, 0 to 9, 10 digits are there. 200 times is divided by 10. You will get the expected frequency. Whereas the actual occurrence is given in the table like 18, 19, 23, 21, 16, 25, 22, 20, 21, and 15. Now you have to use chi-square test. Are you able to understand the nature of problem clearly now? Nobody is responding.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now let me tell you how this problem is to be solved. Let me move on to the solution part of this. Is it clear now on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, what happens? We have to create columns like this. O. Just a minute, please. O, E, O minus E the whole square, O minus E the whole square by E. Right? Then all the observed frequencies are to be entered. Observed means what is given in the problem is called observed. What is given in the problem is for 0, 18, 1, 19, 23, 21, 16, 25, 22, 20, 21, 15. These digits are to be entered first. All the actual happenings are to be entered. That is called observed frequency. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Then expected frequencies. Expected frequencies, there are totally 200 digits and the digits are like this 0 to 9. 10 digits are there. They have been selected 200 times. That means 200 divided by 10. we expect them to occur equally in equal numbers. Therefore, 20, 20, 20, 20, for all there is 20 only. Understood this concept, expected or theoretical? Theoretically, we expect these 200 digits to occur in equal numbers. Therefore, 200 by 10. What is that 10? What is that 10? 200 digits you are able to understand. 200 digits are chosen. That is
Number of digits.
yes, digits 0, 1, 2, 3 to 9. 0 to 9. 10 digits are there. So 200 divided by 10. So it will occur in equal numbers. That is the expectation. 20, 20, 20. Now, you have to find out O minus E. O minus E. That is 18 minus 20. How much you will get?
2, sir.
18. It's not 2, minus 2.
Minus 2.
Minus 2, sir.
Yeah. Now you see, I have calculated O minus E already. Minus 2, minus 1, 3, 1, minus 4, 5, 2, 0, 1, minus 5. Correct?
Yes, sir.
If you say yes, I will proceed further. Otherwise, I will just explain.
Yes, yes, sir. It's clear, sir,
Okay.
as of now.
Okay. O minus E the whole square. That is minus 2 into minus 2. How much you will get?
4.
4. Now, you have to calculate O minus E the whole square like this. For all this.
4 by 5 and so forth.
Right? Then the last step is O minus E the whole square divided by E. O minus E the whole square 4 divided by E 20. 4
20.
by 20. 1 by 20.
1 by
9
5.
Yeah. Now you can see on the screen yes, the values. So finally, you find out the total value of O minus E square by E.
4.7.
All put together 4.30. Able to understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you are going to work out a problem now. Just listen the steps now, okay? Then, moving further, we have to write the conclusion based on this calculation. First, we have to take observed frequencies, then enter expected frequencies, find out the difference between O minus E and square it up, then find out the value of chi-square, that is O minus E the whole square by E. That is the value of chi-square, 4.30. Now we have to write a conclusion based on this value. For that, we need certain variables. One is called degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom. The degrees of freedom is equal to n minus 1. Total number of items minus 1. So in this problem, total number of items are 10. That is 0 to 9. 10 items are there. So 10 minus 1, 9. 9 degrees of freedom. And then level of significance. Level of significance means we are applying this test called chi-square test. Whatever test you apply, you may apply chi-square test, you may go for ANOVA test, you may go for T test or F test, Z test. Some tests, there are so many tests are there. When you apply a test, you will get some result. Then you must be sure that to what extent your test results are accurate. Say for example, when you are sick, you are going to the doctor. When you are sick, you are going to the doctor. Doctor, what happens immediately, takes a paper and writes up 10 to 12 tests, this test, that test. And you are going to the laboratory and supply all your samples. Then in 1 or 2 days, in a couple of days, you get result of your samples. Now, what is the guarantee that sample result is 100% correct or accurate? Sometimes some doctor says, I think this test is not correct, this is not accurate. There is something wrong in that. Sometimes it may occur like that, it may arise like that, because there may be some errors either in taking the sample or in testing procedure. Therefore, always we must give a leverage for the error percentage of your test result. That is called level of significance. You applied chi-square test, you applied the procedure, everything is okay, but to what extent you are sure that your results are correct? You are sure to the extent of 95% only, or 99%, or 90% only. You can decide the level. Now, I have decided the level at 95% level. So, to the extent of 5%, there may be an error. To the extent of 5%, there may be an error. To the extent of 95%, I am assured, I am guaranteed. Therefore, that level is to be taken first. Level of significance, maybe 1% or 5% or 2%, 10%, whatever it is. Usually, 5% level of significance will be taken, unless otherwise specifically stated. You understand this now? First, you have to find out the degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom here is n minus 1. And the level of significance is to be chosen. Usually 5% level of significance is chosen, which means extent of 95% we are sure that the results are correct and the procedure is correct. And based on these two values, that is degrees of freedom and level of significance, the table value is to be calculated. There is a table called chi-square table. If you refer the table, you will find this value 16.22 under 9 degrees of freedom at 5% level of significance, which is actually what happens given in the problem itself. You see the problem, the last part of the problem now. Is it appearing on the screen now? The table value of chi-square for 9 degrees of freedom at 5% level of significance is 16.22. Mostly in the examination, the table value will be given in the question itself. That will be a part of question. Okay, if it is not given, then you can ask for the table. You can ask for the table. You will be supplied with this chi-square table. Then you have to find out this value. Once you find out the table value, then you have to write the conclusion. Now see the conclusion. How to write the conclusion, that you must know first. If your calculated value is less than the table value, then you are going to accept the hypothesis. I repeat, listen to that carefully, please. If the calculated value, here the calculated value is 4.30, we have calculated that. The calculated value, I will enter here, 4.30 is less than the table value. Table value is given 16.22. 16.22. Then we have to accept the hypothesis. What is the hypothesis? The digits chosen at random are distributed in equal numbers. That is the hypothesis. They are distributed in equal numbers. Now, that hypothesis is to be accepted. Yes, these digits are distributed in equal numbers. But you may see the difference now here. We accept the hypothesis. 20 is the equal number, but all the observed frequencies are not equal to 20. Then how we accept this? So I start in the beginning itself. I told we test the discrepancy between observed frequency and actual. I mean, and expected frequency. The difference, if it is insignificant, it will be ignored. If it is significant only, then corrective action is to be taken. So when we accept this hypothesis, what is the meaning of that is the difference is there, but the difference is insignificant. The difference is insignificant, which can be ignored. That is the meaning of this. Are you able to understand the conclusion now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, I am going to give you a problem. You have to work out like this. 5 to 8 minutes.
Sir, what if the value comes 5% more than the table value, sir? Whether we'll accept that?
And we have to reject the hypothesis. If the,
But 5%,
if the calculated value is greater than the table value, then the hypothesis is rejected. What is the meaning of it? They are not distributed in equal numbers.
but 5% significance we don't take here, sir.
We take only 5% significance. Based on that, only table value can be calculated. Without the level of significance, you cannot find the table value. You have to choose level of significance. It may be either 1% or 5% or 2 something. For all level of significance, table value is given. I have chosen 5% level of significance. If the level of significance changes, the table value will also change. But the pattern of conclusion is like this. If the calculated value is less than the table value, accept the hypothesis. On the other hand, if the calculated value is more than the table value, reject the hypothesis. Whatever may be the level of significance. Clear, sir?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Shall I give you a problem for your practice now? Take 5 minutes and work out quickly, please. So that, yes? Shall I give?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes.
This is the problem. Note down, please, quickly. Clear on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Say a sample analysis of examination results of 500 students were made. This result revealed that 220 of them had failed. 170 secured third class, 90 secured second class, and 20 secured first class. Now, are these figures commensurate with the general examination result, which is in the ratio of 4:3:2:1 for various categories respectively? Table value is also given. Say, let me explain the problem so that you can easily work out. Totally 500 students are there. Their results are like this: 220 failed, 170 first class, third class, 90 second class, 20 first class. Totally 500 students are there. 220 plus 170 plus 90 plus 20. But the theoretical expectation is 4:3:2:1. That is the theoretical expectation. Which means out of 500, that is to be divided in this ratio 4:3:2:1. That is expected frequency. Actual frequency.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, somebody's are not muted, sir. So little bitly blurring, sir, voice.
I kindly request all of you to mute your mic, please. It's my humble request that kindly mute your mic, please. So now let me explain now. Totally 500 students are there. The result shows like this: 220 failed, 170 third class, 90 second class, and 20 got first class. But the theoretical expectation is different: 4:3:2:1 ratio, which means 4 means how much will be there?
200.
200, 150, 100, and 50. This 500 is to be divided in this ratio 4:3:2:1. So that is called theoretical expectation, E, expected frequency. Actually is 220, 170, 90, and 20. Now this can be tabulated and you can get the result of chi-square. Now see the solution. See, observe 220, 170, 90, and 20. Expected 200, 150, 100, and 50. Now you find out O minus E whole square, O minus E whole square by E. Look at the values. Shall I proceed now?
Sir.
Now
Yes,
the degrees of freedom n-1. There are totally 4 items, 4 minus 1, 3. And level of significance, as usual, I have taken 5%. Table value is given already in the problem. At the end of the problem, you see the stable value of chi-square for 3 degrees of freedom at 5% level of significance is 7.81. So table value 7.81. Whereas calculated value 23.667. Now the conclusion. The calculated value of chi-square is greater than the table value. Therefore, the hypothesis is rejected. The hypothesis is rejected. What is the hypothesis here? What is given in the problem? Whether these figures are commensurate with general examination result ratio of 4:3:2:1. No, it is not commensurating. The hypothesis rejected. The results are not commensurate with the general examination result. That is the conclusion. Are you able to understand this, please?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Shall I move further now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let us go to the next problem. If you have your study material, you please take your study material. Please turn to page number 119. Your study material, take your study material, turn to page number 119, please.
Yes, sir. In an antidote.
See, it's visible on the screen now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me read out the problem so that we can work out this problem now. With this, chi-square test will come to an end. In an anti-diabetes campaign, in a certain area, a particular medicine, say X, was administered to 812 persons out of a total population of 3,248. The number of diabetes cases is given below. Just understand the problem, please. Some medicine, anti-diabetes medicine, is administered to 812 persons out of total population of 3,248 people in a certain area. This is an anti-diabetes campaign. It's going on. Is administered like vaccine. So here now COVID has come. Some medicine is administered. No, anti-vaccine, anti-COVID medicine like that. And for anti-diabetics also, one area is chosen. There is a total population of 3,248. Out of them, 812 persons were administered with that medicine. Now, theoretically, what do you expect in this case?
All of them get cured.
When some medicine is administered,
Sir,
With
Yes,
no
please.
medicine.
Theoretically, what is expected out of this problem?
if medicine is effective,
Medicine should be effective, and when you administer medicine, you should not be contacted with that disease. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's
Without
the
medicine.
theoretical expectation. So when medicine is given, you should not be contacted with the disease. Therefore, the medicine is effective. That is the theoretical expectation. What happens now? Actual practice, it may not be so. What happens? Even if medicine is administered, some people may contract the disease. Whereas, even if medicine is not administered, many people have not contracted with the disease. That is the reality. Now you can see the table here. The next page. Turn to next page, please. Medicine X administered, but medicine X administered in for a total of 812 people. See the total column. 812 people out of 3,248. In spite of that, 20 people got diabetics. No medicine is administered. 20 people got diabetics, whereas 792 no diabetics. Then, out of 3,248, 2,436 were not administered with medicine. Am I correct? Out of 3,248 population, 2,436 were not administered with medicine. But in spite of that, no diabetics for 2,216 people, whereas 220 got affected by diabetics. That is natural. When there is no medicine, you have to contacted with the disease. So 220 contacted with diabetics, there is no medicine administered on them. But no medicine administered, no diabetics, 2,216 people. Just go through this table carefully, please. Now, what is the role now, what is our contribution is discuss the usefulness of medicine X in checking malaria. Kindly make note of this, please. Nowadays, it is not uncommon to have printing mistakes. It is not uncommon to have printing mistakes. The problem started with diabetics, ended with malaria. Make a correction here, strike out malaria and write diabetics. That is a printing mistake. Strike out malaria, the word malaria you strike out, and in that place you write diabetes.
Okay, sir.
Now you read the sentence like this: discuss the usefulness of medicine X in checking diabetes. Right? Now we are applying chi-square test. For chi-square test, we already have observed frequency. What is given in the table is actual frequencies, actual happening that is given. So O is given. We have to find out the E, expected frequency. Do you agree with me or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What is given in the problem is actual. Actual means observed. The expected frequency is to be calculated. How to calculate expected frequency in this case? That is very important. See, in first case, 200 digits for 10 digits given, so 200 divided by 10 we have taken equally 20 numbers. The second case, in the second problem, you are given some ratio. By applying that ratio, you calculated expected frequency. Here nothing is given. So how to calculate expected frequency when a table is given like this? Now, let me tell you how to find out the expected frequency when the table is given. Share the screen, please. Observed frequency is given. What is given in the problem is tabulated now. This is observed frequency, simply known as O. Okay. Now we have to find out expected frequency. To find out the expected frequency of the cells, we have 2 by 2 table now. The total column is to be ignored. Total row and total column is to be ignored. So remaining 2 rows and 2 columns are there. Am I correct? Always ignore total columns and total rows. The last row is total row. Last column is total column. Ignore that. Remaining 2 by 2 table is there. 2 rows are there. 2 columns are there. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the
Yes, sir.
value in the first column, first row, that is first row and first column, 1 1, cell number 1 1 is 20. Correct?
Yes.
For that actual value, we have to find out expected frequency. How to find out? Listen. You take the total of that column. This column total 240. The total of that column is multiplied with the total of that row. Column total multiplied with the row total. Total of the column is 240. Total of that row is 812. Both are multiplied and the product is divided by the grand total. Grand total is 3248. If you want to find out the expected frequency of cell number 1 1, then you have to multiply the row total with the column total. Row total 812, column total 240, multiply both, and the product, the result is to be divided by the grand total, that is 3248. If you do so, you will get 60. Understand this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like that, we have to find out the expected frequency for other cells also. So now, let me move on to the next cell. That is 220, cell number 21. Cell number 21, second row, first column, 220. What is to be done for that? Row total into column total. What is the row total value? 2436. Column total 240. This 240 and 2436. And then that is to be divided by the grand total, 3248. You got this point now?
So once more, please.
Whatever value you want to find out. So I want to find out the value for this 220, right? This is to be replaced with the expected frequency. We have to find out the expected frequency of this cell, this value. Now, you take the column total. What is the column total of this value?
3008.
No, column total is 240. This is the column. In this column only, this value appears. This 240 is the column total. Okay, 240. Then into row total. Row total of this value 220. This is the row total. 246 is the row total. Row is horizontal, column is vertical. Clear now?
Yes, sir.
Column means vertical. This one goes like this. Row means like this. This is the row. So 240 into 2436 divided by 3248. You will get 180. So we have calculated values for 20 and 220. Like that, we have to calculate for 792. Now you tell me what is to be done.
Column total into row total.
Column total how much?
3000.
Yes. Into
2008 into 812 divided by 3248.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Now you will get 752. Like that, you find out the value for other one also, 22116. You will get 2256. Okay. Now let us move on to the expected frequency table. Listen, the total will not change. You see both observed frequency as well as expected frequency. Total will not change. The total I have entered in the red color. Row total 240, 3008. Column total 812 and 240, 4368. Grand total 3248. The totals will not change. Okay. Now the calculated values are to be entered. 60 is the value for cell number 11. 180 is the value for cell number 21. And 750 is the value for cell number 12. and 2250 cell number 22. These values are to be entered. Totals you should not change. You verify the total now. Same total comes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now listen. If it is 2 by 2 table, if you find out one value, cell of any one value, you can easily find out the cell of the value of the remaining cells. Listen, how I will tell you. First, we have calculated value for this cell, that is cell number 11, taking column total into total divided by grand total. 60 we have calculated now. So the 60 is entered here. Okay. Do you follow this? You enter 60 in the expected table. Now, for the second row, what will be the value is the difference between the 60 and the total 240. What will be the difference between 60 and 240?
180.
Because you know total will not change. Total is 240 always, whatever it is. So one value is 60 means the difference is the other value. What is the difference here?
180.
180. You got 180. Similarly, you come here. 60 is the value for this cell. Then the row total is 812. Row total is 812. So 60. 812 minus 60. You will get the value. Yeah. How much is the value? 812 minus 60. You got 752 now already.
Very good.
Yeah, this way. 752 is the value for this cell, whereas total of this column is 3008. What is the difference?
2256.
256.
That's what you got already. Or you can take this way also. 180 is the value here. Total is 2436. What is the difference?
Same, sir. 2256.
You should always get same only. Otherwise it is wrong. That is how also you can find out the value. You find out one value, other values you can fill it up easily. But the danger here is if you find the first value wrongly, all the values will go wrong. Okay. Now, calculation of chi-square value. So, table O minus E whole square, O minus E whole square by E. First, all the observed frequencies are written. 20, 220, 792, 2216. Then you write the corresponding expected frequency. Corresponding expected frequency is to be written. Don't write zigzag. For 20, what is the corresponding value? For 220, what is the corresponding value? Like that you have to write. If you change this, everything will be collapsed. You follow the order in which observed frequency is written for expected frequency also. Same order is to be followed. If you follow column wise, you follow column wise here. If you follow row wise, you follow row wise here. Corresponding value is to be entered. The examination, I may commit mistake here. Then O minus E whole square, O minus E whole square by E. All these values are there in. You can see all these values in your study material. You need not work out now. The table is there in study material. You go through. That is there in page number 120. Right? Then conclusion. The conclusion here, please. Degrees of freedom you have to first of all find out. Here, table is given. Therefore, the formula for degrees of freedom is different. R minus 1, that is row minus 1 into C minus 1. C means column. R means row. Row minus 1. Number of rows minus 1 into number of columns minus 1. We have 2 rows and 2 columns. Total column will not be considered. Total column will not be considered. You see the table. There are 2 rows and 2 columns.
Praveen Selvi.
All of
Muted.
you, mute your mic, please.
mute பண்ணுங்க.
Your mic, please. Allow others to listen to this, please.
Okay, sir.
So 2 rows and 2 columns are there. Therefore, 2 minus 1 into 2 minus 1, you will get 1. Level of significance 5. If you refer this in the table, you will get value 3.84. 3.84. So, the calculated value is greater than the table value. Therefore, the hypothesis is rejected. Therefore, what is the conclusion? Medicine X is useful in checking area, in checking diabetes. The hypothesis here is null hypothesis.
So V means what?
Yes, please.
Sorry, sir.
Now, the calculated value is greater than the table value. Calculated value is 38.59. Whereas table value is only 3.84. Therefore, the hypothesis is rejected. Hence, the conclusion is medicine X is useful in checking diabetes. Able to understand or not? Tell me now.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Yes. Say, if you are not able to listen, if you are not able to write the last line of conclusion, there is a confusion. Don't write that in the examination. You say whether the hypothesis is accepted or rejected. With that, you stop. Because sometimes it may go wrong. If you are very sure and confident enough, you write the last line. Otherwise, you skip over that. You stop with the line hypothesis rejected or accepted. That's all. Okay? Understood the concept now? Chi-square test?
Yes, sir.
You may likely to get a problem under chi-square test. Always. Now let us move on to your study material. And there is one more problem given in your exam, in your study material. Page number 121. Turn to page number 121, please.
Okay, sir.
Yes, go through the problem. Solution is also there. Try to understand and tell me if there is any doubt. Take 5 minutes, please.
Sir,
Yes, please.
in the calculation of chi-square n into AD it is given, sir. A is the first value. I assume it to be 10.
No, you just ignore that. You follow the formula which I have told you. Row total into column total divided by grand total.
Okay, sir.
Take the row total, multiply it with the column total, and then divide them into by grand total. Use that formula.
Sir, one doubt, sir. This diabetes problem. What was our initial initial hypothesis that there is no effect?
Yeah. No, what is asked is discuss the usefulness of medicine X in checking diabetes, right? That is the question.
Yes, sir.
We
So our
start with null
hypothesis there
hypothesis.
is no
It
effect.
is not useful.
It is not useful. Okay,
Not
sir.
useful.
Thank you.
So that is rejected. That means it is useful.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. After completing this problem, you tell me. Let us move on to the next topic, please.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, for the previous sum, the degree of freedom is 1, sir.
For this also it is 1 because 2 rows and 2 columns are there.
Yes, sir.
Same
The
value,
table.
0.84. Shall we start now? Shall we proceed further now?
That's only, sir. The calculated value is more than the table value, sir. So it is
Therefore,
not
the
true.
hypothesis rejected.
Yes.
What about others? Shall we proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you take your, page number 130. All of you kindly turn to page number 130, please. We are moving to another topic. It is called correlation. Correlation. Is it clear on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, listen. Let me first of all tell you what is correlation. And where is this useful for a business people. But our role is to calculate correlation. That's all. How to calculate correlation. When two variables are related with each other, they are said to be correlated. I repeat, when two variables are related with each other, they are said to be correlated. Therefore, correlation is the relationship between two variables. We have to measure the magnitude of the relationship. Based on that, some inference will be arrived and action will be taken. Now, the relationship may be either direct relationship or inverse relationship, known as positive relationship and negative relationship. Now, let me find out from you. What is the law of demand? And what is the law of supply? You might have studied in your economics, managerial economics. What do you understand by law of demand and law of supply? Can anybody say? Any one of them, either law of demand or law of supply. Yes, please, any one of you.
Goods and services are inversely related to each other.
It's not clear.
At a higher price, consumers will demand a lower quantity of goods.
Anybody, please?
At a higher price,
Law of demand or law of supply?
Consumers will demand a lower quantity of goods.
Kindly mute the mic, please. Kindly mute the mic, please. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now listen. Let me tell you. Law of demand. Let me simply tell. If the price increases, the quantity demanded decreases, and vice versa. If the price increases, the quantity demanded decreases, and if the price decreases, quantity demanded increases. That is law of demand. Law of supply. If the price increases, quantity supplied will increase. If the price decreases, quantity supplied will decrease. Two laws in economics. In the case of law of supply, there are two variables. One is price, other one is goods, supply of goods. Price of goods, supply of goods. So price and supply. These two variables move in the same direction. If price increases, supply also increases. If price decreases, supply also decreases. They move along in the same direction. Therefore, there is a positive correlation between price and supply. On the other hand, if you take the law of demand, they move in opposite direction. If the price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. If the price decreases, quantity demanded will increase. Do you agree with that? If that is the case, these two variables, price and quantity demanded, move in the opposite direction. Therefore, there is a inverse relation or negative relationship between these two variables. Now, I said correlation is the relationship between two variables. It may be the positive relation or negative relation, otherwise known as direct relation and inverse relation. This relationship is there, but we have to measure the quantity, that is magnitude of the relationship. How much they are related. Whether they are related 60%, 50%, 80%, 90%, 0%, 100%. If there is no relation, that is called zero relationship. No relation. The relation may be perfectly 100%, that is perfect relationship. Therefore, the magnitude of the relationship varies from 0 to plus or 1, plus or minus 1. The value of correlation may be 0 to plus or minus 1. Right? If it is positive, it will go up to 1 plus 1. If it is negative, it will go up to minus 1. This is how correlation is there. Now, how to measure this correlation? There are different ways of measuring the correlation. One is graphical method, other one is scatter diagram. Then we have Carl Pearson's coefficient of correlation. Carl Pearson, a great mathematician, advocated a formula to measure the correlation between two variables. This correlation is denoted as R. R means correlation. Small r is correlation. It can be measured with the help of this formula. Let me read out this formula. N into sigma xy minus sigma x into sigma y divided by root of n into sigma x square minus sigma x the whole square into root of n into sigma y square minus sigma y the whole square. So all these variables revolve around two variables only, x and y. So we have to find out the correlation with the help of x and y, two variables. N is the number of items. N here is number of items. Now, how to find out correlation? Come number 151, please. There is a problem. Turn to page number 131. Read out problem number 1. I will explain you how to work out this problem. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now let me read out the problem. Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes. The following are data on advertising expenditure and sales in a company. So there is a relationship between advertisement expenditure and sales. If you put more advertisement expenditure, your sales will increase naturally. So these two variables are related with each other. We have to find out the amount of relationship, quantitative relationship. Advertisement expenditure is given 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Sales 17, 18, 19, 19, 19. Now determine the correlation between them and interpret the results. Inference also we have to give. Able to understand the problem now? There are
Yes, sir.
two
Yes.
variables. One is advertisement expenditure, other one is sales. First variable is taken as x always. Second variable is taken as y. Therefore, advertisement expenditure is x and sales is denoted by y. And x, y values are written in the table now. See, x values are written in the first column, y values are written in the second column. Then what we have to find out? X square, y square, and xy. Xy means multiplication of x and y. All these values are written here. Just go through the values, please. xy means x into y. That is 18 into 17, 19 into 17, 20 into 18. These values are put in the third column xy. Then x square. That means 18 into 18, 19 into 19, 20 into 20. 80 square, 90 square, 20 square, 21 square, 22 square, 23 square. Like that, y square. These are the values to be calculated, not anything else. We have x and y. We have to find out x square, y square, and then xy. And we have to find out the total of all these values. Sigma x, sigma y, sigma xy, sigma x square, sigma y square. All the values are there on the table. Clear? You do not try to verify this now. It is already verified. Just go through this way. What is to be done, you just know the procedure. I will give one problem, therefore you can work out that problem now. Now, these values are applied in the formula. N means number of items. How many items are there in the problem?
6.
Number of 6 items.
Wherever it comes, you replace with 6. Then sigma y, the value of sigma y is to be substituted. Value of sigma y is 2233. That is completed. Minus then minus sigma x. Value of sigma x is 123. Value of sigma y is 109. So substitute these values here. Then below that, root of n. N means 6. Sigma x square. Value of sigma x square is 2539. Minus sigma x the whole square. Sigma x is 123 the whole square. Into root of 6. N means 6. 6 into sigma y square. The value of sigma y square is 1985. Minus sigma y the whole square. Sigma y 109 the whole square. If you simplify all this, finally you will get R value as 0.9277. You can literally work out the process at home later. Now you just coming to the result 0.9277. What is the maximum value? 1. Maximum value is 1. Minimum value is 0. So it goes very near to 1. Almost 93. 0.93, almost 0. It goes very near, very close to 1. Therefore, interpretation is like this. Read the interpretation. Value of R is 0.92. Therefore, it shows that there is a high positive correlation between variables, namely advertisement and sales. This is how we have to interpret the result now. As it goes very near to 1, we say it is a high positive correlation between the two variables. That means if one variable moves up, the other variable also moves up. That is the meaning of it. When you say high positive correlation, that is the meaning of it. And when one variable moves up, the other variable also moves up. That is the meaning of it. To put it in other words, we can say like this, easy understanding. There is a 92% positive relationship between these two variables. 92%, approximately 93% positive relationship between these two variables. That is also we can interpret. Understood the concept now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now move further, please. Next problem. Take 2 minutes to 3 minutes and understand the concept, how it is being worked out, and what is the interpretation, all these things. Take 2 to 3 minutes and understand the concept. Tell me when it is over. Let us move to the next one.
So here it is your correlation is.
Yes, please.
So here it is saying correlation is very less, right?
Here it is.
Correlation is very less, right?
Yeah, low positive correlation. Very low positive correlation.
Okay.
Almost it is only 20%, 21%. Very low percentage. Therefore, literally there is no correlation. Problem.
So is there any cutoff value?
No cutoff value like this, sir.
How to determine the value of correlation is less or high, sir?
It all depends upon the businessman. They say, no, we cannot consider any functional relationship between them. Actually, really speaking, there is no correlation between these two variables. Simply given as x and y. So there is waste of time in studying this two variables. The relationship between these two variables. Then the next one is supply and price. Just go through quickly and read the inference.
So we should provide for every problem.
In this case, what happens? The relationship is very high, but it moves in the negative direction, opposite direction. Which means the variables are two things. One is price, another one is supply. That is the supply, price and supply. Always, the law of supply says there is a positive relation between price and supply. If the price increases, supply also should increase. If the price decreases, supply also decreases. Whereas here it goes in the opposite direction, which means it is diagonally opposite to law of supply. Hence, the businessman has to take immediately some corrective strategy. It's not good for his business. Move to the fourth problem, which is quickly.
Sir, these are all 20 marks or 10 marks, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, these are all 20 marks, am I right?
Wherever, it may come any place also.
Okay, sir.
Instead of 10 variables, you may be given 5 variables. So it may be asked 10 marks problem also. That's a very simple process only, That's why. Shall we move on to the next concept now?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now the next branch of correlation is rank correlation. That is simple correlation. This is rank correlation. That correlation is advocated by Carl Pearson. Therefore, it is called by his name Carl Pearson's coefficient of correlation. Whereas this is advocated by Spearman. Therefore, it is named after him. Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. Now, let me tell you what is the role of this rank correlation when already one correlation is there in work. I said correlation is the relationship between two variables. The condition is the two variables must be quantifiable, measurable. If they are not measurable or quantifiable, you cannot find out the correlation. Therefore, Spearman came out with the formula to find out the correlation in cases of variables which could not be quantified. That is the Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. The formula here is, the symbol is read as rho. It looks like B, but it is read as rho, Greek letter rho, R, is equal to 1 minus 6 sigma d square by n cube minus n. Yeah. The symbol is rho. Rho means rank correlation is equal to 1 minus 6 sigma d square divided by n cube minus n. Here, two variables are there, n and d. N is number of items. D is the difference between ranks. Now, let us move further and work out a problem here. Problem number 5. Alpha Recruiting Agency shortlisted 10 candidates for final selection. They were examined in written and oral examinations, communication skills. They were ranked as follows. Here what happens, 10 candidates are there. Their communication skills have been tested. Communication skill could not be quantified. It is a quality. Therefore, we cannot put any quantifiable variable for communication skills. Rather, they have been ranked of their skills. That ranks are given here. Rank in written communication, rank in oral communication. Both are given. First candidate ranked 8th in written communication, whereas he ranked 10th place in oral communication. Like the second candidate, third candidate, up to 10 candidates, ranking of written communication and oral communication is given. Now, what is asked? Find out whether there is any correlation between the written and oral communication skills of the shortlisted candidates. So we have to find out the rank correlation between the ranks. Then what is to be done is, we have to take ranks in communication, ranks in written communication as R1, then rank in oral communication as R2. List down the values of R1 and R2. Then see whether these values are down here. R1 means ranks in written communication. R2 ranks in oral communication. These two things are listed down. Then we have to find out D. D is the difference between these two ranks, R1 minus R2. Understood the difference? 8 minus 7 minus 7, 2 minus 2, 10 minus 6, like that. Then D square. D value is squared up now. Now you take the total of D square. Sigma D square is 30. Now we have to apply these values in the formula. The formula is 1 minus 6 sigma d square divided by n cube minus n. Now you just verify whether all these values have been applied here. 1 minus 6 sigma d square, that is 30, divided by n. N means number of items. There are 10 items. 10 cube minus 10. 10 cube, 10 into 10 into 10,000 minus 10. So the net result is 0.82. Net result is 0.82. So what is the inference? From the value of R, it is inferred that there is a high positive rank correlation between the written and oral communication skills of the shortlisted candidates. Move on to the next problem, please. Problem number 6. Here also ranks are given. You take the ranks as such, R1, R2, find out the difference and then square it up, take the total value and apply in the formula. After completing that, move on to problem number 7. Shall we move to problem number 7, a different model?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let me read out the problem. Calculate a rank correlation to determine the relationship between equity shares and preference shares given by the following data. The equity share price value and the preference share price value is given. We have to find out the rank correlation. The given data is price value. Say quantifiable variable cannot be used under rank correlation. Only qualitative variables should be used for rank correlation. Whereas here, quantifiable variable, that is price is given. That should be converted into a qualitative variable, that is rank. They have to be ranked now. So step 1, you should allot rank for the values of equities share. Equity share price is given like this. First value, yeah, 90, 92.4, 98.5, 98.3, 95.4, 91, 98, 92, something like this. These values have to be ranked. Which comes first rank? Out of this,
98.5.
yes, 98.5.
98.5.
First place. Second place,
98.3.
like that
3.
you have to rank them. Okay, you have to rank them. So the ranking is given here.
Okay, sir.
Similarly for the other value, preference shares. Right? Now you have to enter the ranks here. First original values and their respective ranks. First value of equity is 90.0, the rank is 8. Similarly, second value 92.4, the rank of that 92.4 is 5. Like that, you write the original value, then you write the corresponding ranks. Don't change the ranks, corresponding ranks. Now the other things are usual. difference between the ranks and square it up. So what is extra here? When the values are given, you have to rank them. Take the rank and then find out the rank position. That's the extra work here.
Okay, sir.
Other things are the same. And the next problem.
Your voice is not audible, sir.
Sir? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not audible. Okay. Anyhow. Now, problem number 8. Another model which you may expect. Let me read this problem first. 3 managers evaluate the preference of 10 salespeople in an organization and award ranks to them as follows. So 10 salespersons are selected. 3 managers ranked them on the basis of their performance. Manager 1 ranks the first salesman as 8th place, and manager 2 puts him in the 7th place. Manager 3 puts him in 4th place. Like that, each salesman is being ranked by all the 3 managers based on their performance. Just go through the problem quickly, please. Then determine which 2 managers have the nearest approach in the evaluation of the performance of salespersons. Say manager 1, manager 2, manager 3. 3 people have evaluated the performance. Now the question is, which 2 of them have nearest approach to each other? Whether it is 1 and 2, or whether it is 2 and 3, or whether it is 1 and 3. Which 2 managers have the nearest approach in their evaluation process? That is the question. What happens when the question of this type is given? You first find out the rank correlation between 1 and 2 first. 1 and 2, manager 1 and 2. Ranks are given. Straight away you take the difference and square it up, find out the rank correlation. Then rank correlation between 2 and 3. Between manager 2 and 3. There is another thing. Then third, rank correlation between 1 and 3. So 3 times you have to find out the rank correlation. For 1 and 2 separately, 2 and 3 separately, and 1 and 3 separately. Then only you can come to a conclusion based on that rank correlation. See, that is being done here. See the solution part quickly and have 3 results with us. How to make a conclusion that I will tell you. Just go through this process quickly, please. Go through the solution part quickly, please. First, you find out the rank correlation for 1 and 2, then 1 and 3, then 2 and 3. Keep the results with you. Then, based on the result, we have to write the conclusion. Take 2 to 3 minutes and go through the process quickly.
Sir, I have a small doubt, sir.
Yes, please tell me.
Sir, you're finding rank correlation between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and it has to be 3 and 1. So why 1 and 2?
Whatever it is, it will not make any difference. If you take 1 and 2, same result you will get. If you take 2 and 1 also, you will get the same result.
Okay.
Interchanging will not change the result. Don't worry. Once you complete the process, tell me please. Shall I conclude this now?
Sir, manager 3 has distinct approach than manager 1 and 2, sir.
Manager?
Sir, manager 3 has different distinct approach.
No, it is not one single manager we have to say. We have to take pair of them.
Okay,
1 and 2 or 2 and 3 or 1 and 3. Not
Okay, sir.
individually. Which two of them have, which pair is having a nearest approach with each other. I will tell you how to conclude that. Listen.
Okay, sir.
The result is like this. For 1 and 2, the value is 0.73, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
For 1 and 3, yes, please. Yes. For 1 and 2, the value is 0.73. For 1 and 3, the value is 0.05. For 2 and 3, the value is 0.56. That is what it is arrived at. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, now conclusion. 0.73, 0.05, 0.56. Among them, you tell me which is the highest positive integer.
1 and 2.
0.73. 0.73 is the highest positive integer. Therefore, we conclude that managers 1 and 2 have nearest approach to the evaluation of performance of salespersons. Right? So take the highest positive value for conclusion. Another question is, if 1 or 2 negative values come, what to do? Suppose first one is 0.73, next one is minus 0.05, the third one is 0.56. Ignore negative values. Take only positive values. Among the positive values, take the highest positive integer. Able to understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Suppose all the values are negative, what to do? You take the
Lowest
least negative value, most least negative value. Positive means highest, negative means least. If all the values are negative, take the least negative value. If two negatives, one positive, take the positive. If two positive, one negative, take the highest positive. If all are negative, take the least negative value.
So once more, please.
Yes. If all the values are positive, take the highest positive. If the values are negative, take the least negative value. If both are negative, one is positive, take the positive, ignore negative. If two are positive, one is negative, take the highest positive, ignore negative.
So if both are negative?
If all are negative, least negative. If both are negative, one is positive, take the positive, that's all.
Negative means it means lesser, sir.
Which one?
You said less, no, sir.
If among the three results, one is positive value, other two are negative, means ignore negative, take the positive value. If two positives are there and one negative is there, ignore negative. Among the positive, you take the highest one. Got it?
Okay, sir, got it.
Now let me move on further. See this problem. Problem number 9. We have to allot ranks for these values first.
So 19 comes first.
Then
89.
Then
87.
287s are there.
Oh, yes.
We cannot allot different ranks for same values. This is called tie. When there is a tie, how to allocate ranking? All of you listen, please. As far as scheme 1 is concerned, 90 is the highest value, therefore it gets first rank. 89 is the next value, it gets second rank. And the next value is 87. It should get third rank. But we have two 87s. Same values cannot have different ranks. Therefore, we have to assign same ranks. How to assign same ranks for this? It is a case of tie. When there is a tie between ranks, how to allocate rank? Say 87 comes in the third place as well as fourth place also. Am I correct? 87 comes in the third place as well as fourth place also. Therefore, take average of 2 and 4. Take average 3.5.
Yes.
Allocate 3.5 for both.
Okay, sir.
Then the next value is 84. 84
Yes,
gets
sir.
fifth rank, not fourth rank. Fifth rank. Third and fourth place are over. So then 83 fifth rank. Seventh and eighth.
Yes, sir. It comes as 6th rank.
Again tie 7 and 8. 7.7, 7.7.
Okay, sir.
See the table now.
7, 5, 6. Yes.
Under scheme 2 also, some values are repeated. See, first value 60, second value 59, third rank 58, for next place 3, fourth, fifth and sixth place. We have same values, 4, 5 and 6. Take average of this, 4 plus 5 plus 6 by 3, you will get 5. So allot 5 for all the values, 57. Then 7th place is 56, 8th place is 55. This is how ranks are being ordered when there is a tie. When the ranks are repeated, then the usual process takes place. D minus R minus 1, D, then this one. Then you see the calculation of ranking here. See the calculation whether you are able to understand this.
The formula looks different.
Yeah. 6 sigma d square by n cube minus n. That is the usual formula. No? I will just go back and tell you how to do this. Now listen please. The formula is like this. 1 minus 6 sigma d square. Now you see the formula here, 1 minus 6 sigma d square by n cube minus n. Now what happens when this repeated ranks comes, we have to add one more element with this. It is m cube minus m for every repeated rank. M cube minus m for every repeated rank. Now listen, in this problem, we have how many repeated ranks? Tell me now. Say the given problem. How many repeated ranks are there? We have to see now.
Sir, 2.
I will tell you. Just a minute. See, listen. In R1, we have two values, 7.5 and 3.5. Two are there. In R2, we have one value, 5. So totally there are 3 ranks which are repeated. 2 in R1 and 1 in R2. Therefore, 3 variables are to be introduced like this. For one repeated rank, we have to introduce one variable like this, 1 by 12. 1 by 12 into m cube minus m plus again another 1 by 12 m cube minus m, another 1 by 12 m cube minus m. 3 times it should be included. So I will just reduce this. So 1 by 12 into m cube minus m. How to find out this, listen. 1 by 12 into m. M means number of times that a particular rank repeats. One is 7.5, another one is 3.5. So 3.5 repeats 2 times, therefore 2 cube. Minus 2, 2 cube minus 2. How much you will get? Listen, tell me now. 1 by 12 cube
0.5.
H minus 2.
0.5.
1.2. 1 by 2.
0.5. Similarly, other variable that is 7.5 repeats twice. For that you will get another 0.5. Same way. Another
Yes,
value repeats 2 times. Then another value 5 repeats 2 times. No. 5 repeats how many times?
3 times, sir.
3 times. Therefore 3 cube minus 3. What is the value then?
2, sir.
This is what added to this value now. Go back to this problem now. What is seen on the screen? Is working only, no? Yes. Let us go back to the problem now. Now this 1.2 means 0.5. Another 1.2 means 0.5 plus 2. All these things are added to sigma d square and then divided by n cube minus n. Now you got it now? So the formula is to be changed slightly by adding the variable 1 by 12 into m cube minus m for every rank repeated. Take the formula now. I will just share it now. take down the formula, please, so that you can understand the concept. The formula stood like this on this problem. Minus 6 square plus 1 plus 1 by 12 minus m. First time, second time, third time. Because 3 ranks are repeated like this. Therefore, 3 times it comes by nq minus n. You will get the answer like this. So, whenever repeated ranks are there, change the formula slightly like this. Are you able to understand this now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, these are all about correlation. So like that, regression is that you have a formula. Listen to this page number 147. This is also XY based formula only. You just take these two formula into account and try to understand the working given below this problem. Go to page number 152 and try to understand this correlation. Two formula given. Based on the two formula x and y values are there, you can easily understand this. X, you have to find out x square, xy, y square like that in the case of correlation. Slightly changes the change in the formula. You can understand by yourself. Go through the study material today night and tell me tomorrow whether you are able to understand this or not. With this regression, correlation regression topic is over. Tomorrow let me take up a different topic, that is analysis of variance, another important topic for the examination. Therefore, today let me conclude the class now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, friends. How are you? Hi. Hi, bro.
Please mute your mic.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Madam, presenting and trying to present. Wait 2 seconds. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So today we are starting with a new topic, right? Actually, these are comprising of smaller topics. We will see one by one. I know all of you are loaded up with calculations because of the previous 2 hours class. Can we start?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Yes, ma'am.
come out of it and try to observe what and listen to. Right? Okay. So what we are going to see today is called as organizational ethos. See, we have a subject separately called business ethics and corporate governance.
Ma'am, page number?
What page number, ma? What do you want? I don't get you.
I think she is asking in textbook, ma'am. Page number.
No, we don't go by the study material or textbook we have given you, right? It's about the syllabus because see, I'm not, what do you say? I feel bad that I have to tell you this because you are in PG now, right? So it is supposed that, and that too you are in distance education. What is the philosophy behind this PCP classes? Actually, that you are supposed to study by yourself. That is self-learning material, right? And these classes are facilitation classes. In case you are having any queries, we will be here to help you through that. But still, as you are coming, we are spoon fed from all our schooling. Someone has to tell what to study. That is still lingering. We also have to adapt that. We try to go by the topics. We try to finish off all the topics in the syllabus, right? So it is not necessary, and it would be a waste if I once again reproduce what is in the book. That you can easily read and understand by yourself. Are you able to get my point? So what I make a point is the classes should be useful, so I try to tell you things which is in the real time, how you can apply the theories, right? And what are all the concepts related to which is not in the book. Okay? So clearly I don't go by the page number of the study material. Okay? We go by the topics. Right? So it would be like an additional helpful way for you to understand the concepts. Is it clear? Who asked about the book and page number? But I'm very happy that at least one of you have taken the book and reading through that, right? Before the examination. Very happy about that. Right. So we come back. This is called as ethos. That is, it would be very, strange for this generation in this decade, last 2-3 decades, that corporates should also have some moral ethics. Because now we are 100% accepting that the companies will be like that. The companies, corporates, they will exploit the society. They will give bribes to get the contract. They will approve violence if necessary. Are able to understand? Because we are getting reinforced by these thoughts, by the films, by the newspapers, by the scams, by the recent economy. All these are pointing that companies are like villains, right? They do all these things. Are able to get that, but it is not true. Organizations also should have ethics or ethos, right? What are they? There should be openness, transparency. That is the first thing. If an organization should have a proper set of ethos in that, it should be having a transparent policy. Whatever they are doing, they should be able to say it aloud, right? That is the first, symptom of being truthful. Confrontation. If you have any problem that the other person is doing so, you should have the guts, courage to confront it. Trust. Your employees should be able to trust you. Your peers, other organizations should be able to trust you. Government should be able to trust you. Your shareholders should be able to trust you. Authenticity, proactivity, autonomy. Whatever you are doing should not be forced on you. Should not be coerced for any decision. The autonomy. Collaboration, cooperating with the other people, and experimentation. So these are the basic sets of ethos a company should be possessing, right? So based on these things, this is like the foundation of the company. How the companies work. See, even though we symbolize, even though we visualize companies like this, right? Basically, it is started by few people. If the people have some basic ethics, the company will be like that. Are you able to get my point? The organizations are separate entity, of course. No man is an organization. Men may come, men may go. Organization will be there. That's why we give a name to the organization, a seal for the organization. So it becomes a separate entity. Right? But still, that is created by some men. When those people are creating it, imagine that they have a strong ethical belief. That will be nurtured in the company, and the company becomes a ethical one. Are you able to understand? So this is what we are going to study today. Organizational culture and climate as a first part. Right? Like every other society has a culture. Every society has a culture. Do you accept that? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I would like to hear some voices so that let me know that you are following up, and so the class will be alive, right? Okay. So, like that, what is a society? A group of people living together in one place, helping each other. That becomes a society, so it forms a culture. What is this culture? Where it comes from? Where it is brought from, or where it comes from? What is this culture? Any idea? Any guess?
Set of values.
Set of values. Very good. How are they formed? How you know that it is a culture? Yes, Russia. Rajiv Gandhi, yes. You're not audible. Okay. This culture is a abstract, strong form. Why it becomes strong, Because it is led layer by layer. It is not drawn, it is not made up overnight. And it is done on trial and error basis. Whenever there is a problem, remove that. We see what is so we lay that again. So layer by layer, this culture is formed for a long time period. That is why it becomes strong. So as it is layer by layer formed, it is not easy to change it. It will take again time. Again you have to form layer by layer to change it. Right? So this is how a society's culture is formed. Same way, every organization has a culture. Right? Every organization forms this culture day by day, layer by layer, incident by incident. Right? So every year changes that. So slowly this is formed, but there should be a foundation for this. Who lays that? Obviously the founders. Right? So what would be the basic beliefs of those founders of the company will be the foundation. Are you able to understand? So on that basis, the layer by layer is laid. So at a period of time, say for example, a minimum of 2 to 3 years, the organization would have started a small set of culture. Right? The 2 to 3 years will be a forming period. You cannot say this is what, this is culture. That is only like climate, short term. So after that, after say 3 to 5 years, the organization will be having a set of strong. So slowly it becomes a organization culture. It will change, but very slowly. You cannot see that how it is changing. So by the end of say 10 years or 20 years, the organization becomes, what do you say, a symbol of what it represents. Do you get my point? So this is what we call as organizational culture. Right? So this culture is based on the ethos I just now told you. Right? Do you accept, first of all, you tell me, because do you accept that business should have ethics?
Yes, ma'am.
Very hesitantly, yes or no?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Yes. Do the business have ethics? All the corporates now.
Many do have ethics.
Yes. Very good. But the thing is, ethics is about the individual perception. What you think as right or wrong. Right? So that is why ethics is prevalent in all the organizations. But the only thing is, what ethics are they following? See, for example, if the company is sinking, I have 300 employees in the company. Unless I get a contract, to move on. All the 300 will be standing on the road. I may not be able to give them salary. Right? In this situation, auditors are snatching the contracts by giving bribes. What should I do? What should I do? Should I stick on to my personal ethics that I will never bribe and get a contract? Or should I see to the goodness of the 300 employees and their families and children to run the company? I should get the contract by bribing. What do you say is right?
Second one will be right, ma'am.
Yes? Yes?
Second one will be right.
Prabhanjan will be the right. Exactly. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. But if you say that individually you have to stick on to the ethics, that is also right. Why? Because that is based on individual morality, individual ethics. And the second one ethics is based on greater good of the society. Right? Even Gandhi prescribed that. What Gandhiji told, for the goodness of a family, one person can be sacrificed. For the goodness of the street, one family can. For the goodness of the village, one street can be sacrificed. For the goodness of the country, one village can be sacrificed. So this is what a greater ethics. So this depends on what glasses, on which glass you see the perception. Right? So every organization has its own way of actions and reactions. Right? You can see that it is not the individual morale or individual ethics. If the organization culture is very strong, The manager who has to take a decision, his own ethics will be secondary. If the organization culture is very strong, that will come first. Are you able to understand? So that is why building up this culture is so very important. Are you able to follow the context in that?
Yes, madam.
Right. Yes. So this is what we are seeing. Founding members. As I told you, that is the foundation. I worked in a college previously, which is having around some 2,000 students and around some 400 employees in that. It was some 18 years old college, and the culture was very strong. That none of us will eat non-vegetarian food inside the organization. Nobody stop us. It is not a rule that you should not eat non-veg inside the college. But somehow the culture is so strong that everyone respect that culture. Right? It should not be taken inside the college. Everyone will abide by that. Right? And there were, so many trees, some 60, 70 years old trees. Even though there is space shortage, that buildings has to be built, the culture is so strong that it will not be disturbed. Right? This is what we are talking about. Like this, so many practices will be based upon this culture. Right? So how this culture can be continued? How can you make it still stronger? Or how it becomes flexible and change? That is by the selection and orientation of the employees. If you want to make it stronger, you try to keep the people that way. See, because after all, any company, these methodologies or procedures or protocols, whatever you say, the culture inside the organization, is to be followed by the people. Nothing else is going to change that. Only people will change that. So if you want to keep up that, then hire people with the same thought process and orient them that this is the culture of the company. And how to keep up that, as we have seen last time, change. Anything, it should come from the top to bottom. It cannot be bottom to top anytime. You cannot change the people under you unless you are ready to face that change. So the behavior of the top management is very much necessary for maintenance of the culture. If the top management is following the culture, everyone will follow that. And make the culture distributed among it, dispersed by socialization in the organization. Right? So, the organization culture essentially keeps up the working conditions of the organization. If you want to keep the disputes away, conflicts away, you should be able to keep up the culture intact. Right? It may be invisible. It may not be written in any words. It may not be forced on you, but it is in the air. You can feel that. Right? Many times the individual conflict arises when you are not able to accept and adhere back to the culture of the organization. Right? That is where the individual conflicts arise in between. That is dissonance between what you are doing and what you should be doing. So if you understand these things, what are this culture, then you can easily understand the dissonance in your mind when you are feeling restless, when you are feeling that I have done something wrong which I am not supposed to do. Instead of depressed, if you are able to understand this concept, you will easily come out of it by knowing what is the dissonance between what you should be doing and what you have done. You can come to a compromise on what you should do, or at least you can go for help for understanding that, right? So, on the conception of this culture, there is one more topic called organizational climate, right? This culture and climate like it is go hand in hand. But only the term difference. Culture is for long term, climate is for short term. As we know, climate is exactly what we see, our climate, right? What we see in day-to-day climate, the same thing. But not, it's about the weather, but the organization is about how the organizational morale is that. That is what the climate is all about. See, you can have a sunny day, you can have a gloomy day, you can have a rainy day, you can have a cloudy day. The same way, the organizational climate also changes in between. Sometimes we are happy, sometimes sad, sometimes there will be overproduction, sometimes we will be very depressed, right? So, the entire collective mood, emotion of the organization is represented as organizational climate. How the climate is there in the organization, that means how the people are feeling, how they are emotionally feeling, that is what the climate refers to, right? So the organizational climate, as I told you, is short term, very flexible, and can change within minutes of time, right? Exactly like the climate outside, weather. Are you able to understand? You may think that the sun is very hot. Within 5 minutes, you can see it is raining. The same way, in any organization, the climate of the mood of the people change. So, what are all the factors that affect the climate? First thing is motivation, right? As I told you, how the motivation helps. Say, for example, same example just now we took for the ethics. Like the company is sinking, there is no contract. Everybody knows unless you get a contract, we don't have a job and everyone will be laid off, right? We have to go to home. How the climate will be? Dull, depressed. No one will be smiling. Everyone will be feared. They are afraid of tomorrow, whether they will have the job. They will be thinking how they have to send their children to school, how they are going to marry their daughter. All these things will be in their mind. So emotionally clogged. So what happens? The entire climate is dull and depressed. The company will look very gloomy, right? What happens if you motivate? What happens? Just to say, put a news in the organization that the MD has gone to get a contract and by evening maybe you will get a contract. What will happen? The climate within 5 minutes will change. Everybody will be happy, enthusiastic. Everybody will praying that they should get a contract and they will start imagining about working more and bringing the company to the upfront. Do you get my point? So motivation. It is only about the mind, how you think. So that is what it does. The motivation, push to think. So that is the first factor which is affecting the climate. The second one is achievement. You know that achievement, what happens if the company receives an award or somebody gets achievement, everyone will be happy. So the climate will be good. Influence. Influence is, it is any kind of influence. Say for example, economical influence or technological, or it could be from the competitor, or it could be because of a natural disaster, right? Anything that is influencing the mood that day. Then the control. How much control you have decides the climate. See, if it is an autonomous, institution where the authority is properly delegated, you can see that the climate will be more elevated than other places, because the freedom, the thing that you have the authority, the control, that gives a lot of weightage to the prevailing climate. Then affiliation, the employees' affiliation to the organization affiliation towards the employees, relationship between the employees and employees, affiliation between all the people together, that affects the climate. Then morale, we have seen already what is morale and how it affects. So morale is a collective zeal of the people together in a workplace. So obviously, morale is a deciding factor of the climate, and climate decides the morale level. So they are interdepending on each other. So morale is a feeling and climate is the overall effect of the feeling, you can say. The next one is interpersonal relationships. As I told you, how the employees feel between themselves. Sorry, control I have given twice. So this is all about climate. So climate is easily changeable. If you feel that the organizational climate is not good, it is low, right? So it is the responsibility of the management to elevate the climate. So what is it between climate and culture? Climate is a current atmosphere, whereas culture is the atmosphere based on past years, right? And climate evolves on needs. Immediately, what you need now, the climate fixes that. But culture, for years, you cannot say that. Climate is flexible and culture is not at all flexible. It is very hard to change a culture immediately. So this is what difference between climate and culture. But both are important, equally important, and this is a base, foundation for the growth of the organization. If this is culture is not set or culture, when the culture will not be set, when there is no continuous leadership, there is no same set of rules and regulations, policies and procedures prevailing for a long time. When you are often changing the leader, the culture will not get set. It is like scratching the cement, once again putting it. Before setting, you are scratching it, again you are. So, it will not be set, You should give time for the layers to set. I told you. So, the culture can be only evolved when you are giving time. The leadership is stable. When you are changing the top management again and again, the culture will be very thin, diluted, and the organization will not be having a foundation at all. Right? How to make you understand? See, India, Japan, China, and all you can see are highly cultured countries. Right? When compared to the Western countries, the culture and so social culture. So what happens? You can see that the concept of reproduction or family, which is a base of the universe to move on, is very strong in those countries where culture is good. Right? When compared to other countries. That is why. That is why we say any organization which has a strong base, a culture, will be strong enough to hold, sustain for a long time when compared to other companies which doesn't have a strong culture. Right? Okay. That's why I have given you two pictures to understand. See, this company's culture. How to save the job. See, one person who goes to the top is pulling the other person to come near. So he does that to the other person. He does that to the next person. So whoever is entering into the company is just trusting the superior so that they can move up the ladder. Right? Why this is because the top person is helping the next person. See the second one. In this company, what is the culture? How to save your job? You should just be loyal and do whatever the superior says. So what happens? It is cascading. The effect is cascading till the low level. See, so what happens? Everyone is doing the same thing. They don't know what is right or wrong. Simply, they say, yes, boss. Are you able to understand? So what do you think? Which company's culture is better? First or second?
The first of them.
Obviously, right? But this is not visible. When you go to a company, you cannot see that. But this is prevailing. Are you able to understand? Do you accept? Why example is because you can easily see two companies everywhere. Whichever company you are working will fall under one of this. How your top management is, that's how the culture will be. Right? Okay, any clarifications in this? It's a little bit complex topic, I know, culture and climate. It's a bigger one also. I tried my level best to reach you. Any queries in that? No. So we go to the next important topic that is called as organizational change and development. See, this is also another interesting and very important also because we all go through this. Why I am giving you the real-time examples and putting you as example, because apart from this exam point of view, after finishing MBA, I feel that you should be able to use it in the real-time applications. That is why I am giving you, put you in that position and think so that you will become a highly empathetical manager and it will be easy for you to survive in any organization, that's why. So that's why in that view, organizational change and development is a very important topic. If you have any queries, note it down and ask me, but listen carefully, right? See, change is inevitable. All of us know that. And change is permanent, right? All of you accept that? Change is the only permanent thing. Nothing else is permanent. Change comes. That is why change becomes inevitable. Never avoid change. Right? Every day we are changing. Every day we are changing to that extent. Nearly 90% of our cells are gone, and we are eliminating 90% of cells every day. Right? You yourself is new every day. You are changing. So change is inevitable. You have to change. Right? The same way this rule applies to organizations also. Organizations will change, have to change. Change is inevitable. Right? So with that, we come to two kind of changes. There are two kind of change. One is planned change. The second one is unplanned change. Right? Planned change, we are ready to move on. So you can see that we are planning to cross the bridge, 2 mountains. So we are keeping a plank over there. It is planned. So on the change, you can walk and move to the other side. But see the second picture, unplanned change. Suddenly some rocket hit your organization. Unplanned change, you never know that. So crisis, right? So these are the two kinds of changes any organization can face. Okay. So what are all the kinds of changes can happen? What are all the process name we give to the change? Downsizing. What is downsizing? Maybe your technological innovation has evolved to that. So you don't want more people. You are cutting out people. It is a big change in the organization. Why we call it as a change? Because it gives insecurity to other people who are not downsized. The downsized people have to go, and you are introducing technology or something else for that matter. Second one is restructuring. This is a very common change that happens in organization. Most of the time in last 3-4 decades, if you see, restructuring has happened because of automation, technological influences, right? So it could be of any restructuring, like we call it as business process re-engineering, or total restructuring, infrastructure changing, or relocating. All these things restructures the entire companies. It's the biggest change. You can see re-engineering. As I told you, the process can be re-engineered. You can change down that. And workflow reduction. Maybe you are changing the people or the workflow. Process change, product change. So organization goes through that every day. As the competition is higher, organizations tend to change. So what is the sequence of this? How this change happens? First one is initiation. Right? Change has to start, initiate. Second one is motivation. Why we need to have the motivation, because change is always clubbed with resistance. Right? Say for example, now you are set to this kind of classes, Saturday and Sunday. Daytime you are sitting and listening to the class, right? Suddenly we say that you have to come to Pondicherry, sit for the 8 hours continuously, 8 days, you have to study. What will happen? You will accept happily? What happened? You didn't expect.
I would accept happily.
Some of you will accept happily. Very good. Krishnakanta, will you accept?
But it will be difficult to commute because it is long distance.
So you will not accept. Right? See, the 3 people answered, 2 on one side, other one on another side. You get the point? See, immediately you are responding. Why is that? Because for 2 things. One is you are comfortable with whatever you are. We call it as comfort zone. Right? You may not have experienced how it will be coming to your classes here. Say, you have not experienced. You don't know whether it will be difficult or it will make you happy. But first reaction to the change is that I don't want to come out of the shell of the comfort zone I have. I don't want to shatter this. Right? Why that happens? Because you don't know how the second experience will be. Right? So you have the fear. That we call as fear of unknown. Right? See, when the water is muddy in the lake, your leg inside because fear of unknown. You don't know what is inside. Right? That is exactly the emotional reaction of any human being to change. But there are exceptional cases, like one said, yes, I will happily. They are adventurous. Right? They will immediately put the leg into the lake to see how deep it is or what is inside. They are adventurous. They are eager to face the change. Right? They are happy to come out of the comfort zone because there is no comfort zone. They are happy to be outside. Do you get? So this is how any change is going to be welcomed by the people. Resistance is the first reaction. You will have resistance for any kind of change that is introduced in an organization. Right?
Excellent example, ma'am.
To change. Yes, Poonam Naidu.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent example, ma'am. Really, it was.
Yes. Right?
Nice to hear.
Yeah. So what happens? But you cannot accept that, right? As an organization, I have given you previous examples. The organization has to go through change. Change is inevitable, right? So you may have to import new machines, you may have to go automated, or you have to relocate because the rent is high here. You cannot listen to the employees' resistance and drop down the chain. You have to do that, right? So what you have to do? Motivate them next. Initiate, motivate. Make them accept the change. Right? As I told you, mostly the resistance comes because of fear of unknown. Right? If you make the lake clear, the pond is clear, many of them will try to put the leg. That is a simple thing. Right? The next one, diagnosis. That is what we will do. See why the change is getting resisted upon. Why people are not willing to accept the change. Right? So, information collection. Take the data from them. Like I asked you, why Krishnakanta, why it is difficult for you? Then he may say that, no, I don't know anyone in Pondicherry where I will stay. So, if I arrange some place for him to stay, the fear of unknown is gone, he may come. So, collect the information. Then go for deliberation. Talk to them. Give an action proposal. Then implement it. Immediately stabilize it. Right? I'll tell you why that immediate stabilization. Before that, let us see the picture. Behind there are two profit and sales chart. You can see that both are driving down. Right? So they are talking about change. Obviously, profit is low, sales is low. They have to change something, right? So it is a deliberation. Change deliberation is happening. See what that woman is saying. What if we don't change at all and something magical just happens? This is how resistance level will be. Are you able to understand? You think that divine power will come or magic will happen and change. You don't want to change. Let us be doing the same thing. That is how the resistance level will be. Right? So how to implement the change? Diagnosis, collection, and all. See, it is actually again change and development is a full paper. For HRM people, HRM specialized students, we have a full paper on change and development in 4th semester. So I'm just my level best. I'm giving the thing to understand that. So you have to change the people. Other things are not problem. You can just take the mission and put it somewhere else. Right? Relocation is not at all a problem. Only people. So how to do that? There is one model. There are so many models of change. How to implement the change? I am giving you only one model which is popular and easy also. This is called as Lewin's model, right? Contributed by Lewin. What it says, you take 3 steps. There are Atkar model, Ditkar model, so there are 5-6 steps. We'll take 3 steps only. Simple thing. First is unfreeze them. Unfreezing is here. Unfreeze them from the comfort zone, right? When it happens, you shake them, give them a jerk, or give them something to like a shock. They will come out of the comfort zone. They will think about coming out of the comfort zone, right? So how it can be? Like, say for example, the same thing as I told you. You have to come to the class, offline classes, compulsory, Pondicherry. Suddenly you are getting unfreezed from the zone, right? See, you are happy sitting at your home, right? In front of the TV or computer or the mobile. You can eat side by side. You are drinking coffee. Sometimes you are talking with your people. I don't know, but if you are in offline class, you have to sit for 8 hours or 5 hours. So suddenly you are getting that, you are coming out of the zone. Oh my God, I have to go and attend the class. So that shakes the people, right? How it is done determines what needs to be changed, right? And ensure there is a strong support. Like I got from one person. Immediately, I'm happy to come. Get a strong support. Create the need for change. Tell that, see now I'll say that it is UGC's mandatory condition. You have to have attendance compulsory to write the examinations. Right? Create the need for change. Manage the understand doubts and concerns. Now I'll ask from you, what is your concern? Right, you cannot come. You are a young mother with kids. You cannot come here. Okay, I'll give you exemption. Are you able to understand? Clear the doubts and concerns. So this is unfreezing. It is a big process. And it is well planned. It has a lot of actions. One by one, it has to be done. We call it as interventions. Right? This is a sequence of interventions. Slowly, you are making them understand the need of change, that they have to change. Right? Now, once they are vulnerable, they have come to the softer part. They are ready to change. Change. Right? Whatever action you have to take, make that happen. Implementing the change. Communicate. Dispel the rumors. Empower the action. And involve the people in the process. So the change happens. Right? Now everyone is unstable. They are in the changing mode. Once the change is implemented, now immediately you have to refreeze. Otherwise, what happens? They are ready to go for another change also. If there is any other change, they are ready. No, we don't want that mindset. We need stable people. So what we have to do? Refreeze them with this. Anchor the changes into the culture. Make that culture. Develop ways to sustain the change. Support, training and celebrate the success of change. Right? This will be the biggest motivation factor. Keep them there itself. So this is how a change can be implemented in an organization. I'm saying it as it is a very simple process. But no, believe me, a change implementation is like opening up a new company. That much of work you have to put in. So most often what happens, in the organizations, they will call for external consultancies who are experts in change and development. They will do for that. Right? And these strategies are very simple. Like I'll tell you, we are doing this for a long time. We don't know that. Imagine like this. We are afraid of change and we don't want to go to new experiences. What was our first meal? Obviously milk, right? Mother's milk or cow's milk or goat milk, something milk when we are born, right? If we are not changed by our mother, if we are not given new experiences of food by our mother, what would have happened to us? Still we'll be drinking milk, right? So that is where we should understand that change is part of life. So only you have to make them understand that you can experience new things. How this can be done? There are other 2-3 techniques I'll tell you. Other one model is like why I gave the dispel rumors, that is a very powerful weapon to change, Making rumors, like say for example a company has to relocate from one place to other state, from Tamil Nadu to Andhra. People will not get ready. Because their children are studying here, their mother, father may be there, they don't want to relocate. People doesn't want to move from one place. So what happens, you can say, dispel a rumor that the company is going to be closed here and reopened in Andhra with new people hired there. Maybe a rumor. But what happens, people get unfreezed, right? So they now start thinking about, it is better to be a joblessness than it is better to go to Andhra than being jobless. Right? If you are not giving that rumor, you say openly that we are moving to Andhra, they will strike. They will go on a strike saying that, no, we don't want to come to Andhra. So now, if you say that we are going to hire people there, they will feel threatened that we may go jobless. So what they think, some of them will immediately abide by the change and say that, right, better we will go to Andhra, right? Slowly, these advantages you take with you. You tell them whoever has accepted this change will be given with promotion. What happened? The second set of people who are in dilemma, they are not adventurous or they are not dull. They don't want, they are not stubborn. They are ready to change, but they want to see whether it is okay or not. So they will follow immediately. And the last thing, the stubborn people, maybe they will follow. Sometimes you have to leave them if they are not ready to come for the change. Right? This is one way of doing. So this kind of rumors will help. So like this, these interventions one by one, depending on the size of the company, this change can be implemented. But remember, as again, I'll quote Gandhiji again. What is this famous quote on change? All over the world they are using it. What is that? Be the change you want to see. That is another one good model, because see, for example, you want to implement uniform in the organization, and suddenly if you say that you have to wear uniform, people may not like, right? Would you like? I may not like. We may resist. But if the CEO and the top managers start coming in the uniform, what will happen? Automatically that will cascade down. They will think that, see, they are coming with the uniform and the tag. You have to abide by. Immediately you can see people following that. This is another one model. So there are so many ways to make the people accept that change is part of life. Okay? Right. So always change is synonymous, or change is combined with development. Right? Why? Because any organization will initiate change only if there is development for the organization. Right? Why is that? Because change is highly time consuming and cost consuming affair. You cannot change the organization often. Right? Only if it is development for the organization, we go for the initiation of change. Right? So that is what we call organizational development. It is maybe for the entire organization or part by part, right? Whatever it is a collective effort, it is a planned effort. Development cannot happen overnight. Development has to happen through years. See, that from the day that idea has come to the top management that we have to develop the organization, it will take years to complete the process, one development process. That is the right thing to do. Right? So it is a planned effort. And as for the employees in the organization, usually the people we hire for the departments are not experts. You know, the change and development, as I told you, are a highly strategic, high level expertise is needed, right? People with that particular expertise, which we may not possess. So usually what the organizations do, we outsource this. We'll go for the consultancies. A specialist will be called for doing this process. So they will stay with the company for 2-3 years. That people will be working in the company for 2-3 years. Why they have to work in the company, you know? Coming to the field is the only way to understand, collect information that necessary for change. So they will be working in this company. They will send a group of people, team of people to this company. They will enroll here. They will work for 2-3 years till the change is implemented. Then they will go back to the parent company. Then once a specialists are called, develop the skills and strategies, what are all needed for the development change, right? Then involves change. Then this should be always initiated from the top, right? As I told you, because any development comes with time and cost consuming. It's not easy. It's highly cost consuming affair. So unless the top management is committed towards organizational development, is not possible at all. Then Willingness from the stakeholders, obviously. Once the top management is getting committed, stakeholders has to accept for the cost incurred for that. Then external consultants has to be called, time consuming and cost, that I have told already. So this is how organizational development is done. So what are the phases of OD? How the OD is, done? Action is initiated. How it is? The first one is introduction of the organization. To whom? The external people, those who are coming, the external consultants. They will come. For them, the introduction of organization is given. Preliminary information is given. Interviewing the key persons, that is, those who are having the idea of change and development, those who have initiated, they will be the key people. Then design process, the process has to be designed. Then the problem, why you need to change and develop. That problem is identified, for that data is collected and diagnosis is done. Then intervention starts. A team is built from inside the company along with the people from external world. Then a collaborative effort starts for the intervention. So this is what the 7 steps of OD is all about. Initial consultation, data collection, data feedback from confrontation, action planning plus problem solving. A team is formed, intergroup development, appraisal, follow up. Again this is done. Again this is done. So for so many years, a pilot survey is done, a pilot run is tested, then the implement. Last one is implementation. So planning will take a lot of time for organizational and organizational development. But once it is done, obviously it will be a development mode for the organization. It happens, in my experience, I would say that any organization which is running for around some 10 years, will have to go for a change and development, obviously, because the technological innovations are like that. You cannot stay back. Those organizations you can see, those who are not willing to take up this change and development and would like to stay with the old norms, you can see that they will be shut down one day or the later, because they are not coming on par with the changes in the society. Actually, if you see, the changes start from outside. Just because, you see, whatever we are going to change in the organization, maybe have changed 10 years ago in other country. That is why we have to change now. So this is how it happens. Now after globalization, it is very fast. Whatever the new product is coming, you have to develop with that. Even say, once upon whatever the printing industry was there, it is nowhere found now. Those industries who are not ready to change are destroyed. They are not there actually. New industries have come, right? So this is how change and development works. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this session. Any queries? I have some few typed in the chat box. Let's see. Yogeshwaran has asked whether certificate now through this meeting yesterday. No, you have to send to the email ID, Yogeshwaran. I am typing the email ID in the chat box. You send to the certificate to that, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I have given the email ID in the chat box. You send the certificate to that email ID, right? Then,
Okay, ma'am. But they said it's online verification.
What is that, Yogeshwaran?
But staffs are saying yesterday it's online verification. May I send the certificates through online? Is it enough?
No, today there is no online verification. Yesterday we have completed and we have to schedule later for defaulters. Let's see that. So, if you have to submit any, Yogeshwaran, you have not done your online verification, right?
Yes.
So it will be rescheduled later. You need not send. We have the Xerox copies, right? Poonam Naidu. She has asked. One second, please. Which exam center location we should attend in Hyderabad? Poonam Naidu, the location of particular centers will be decided by the controller of examination based on the strength in that particular city. So you have to wait till the announcement comes from the controller, right? So I cannot give you the center name right now. Okay, then next one. Kindly show the 9th slide. Okay, what is the 9th slide? Change model, right? Is this Bhaskar? You are asking the slide, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. With the Abdullah has asked when will be the exam. We are hoping that it will be around May, June. Okay. Aarti Ramaswamy. Student portal is not opening, ma'am. I'll see to that. Okay, I'll note it down. When will be the first semester? As I told you, May, June. Delete. ID card would be sent. Yeah, it is getting sent. You will get it in some 1 week, I think so. It's ready. 7th and 8th slide also. Yes, I'll show that. This is 9th one. This is 8 chain sequence. And this is 7 change. Is it okay? Okay. Right. Then, ma'am, total marks of exam. 100 marks for this. Right? Okay. So, any other query? 100 marks. The paper will be of 100 marks. Loganathan Jyoti, you have raised hand. Any queries now? This slide can you give us? Yes, I can share this. Pass mark is 50, Afzal. Out of 100, you have to take 50 to get pass to any examination, as I told you. 30 marks for A part, 50 marks for B part, and 20 marks for C part. That is how it is divided. Right? Okay. Exams will be around May, June. We don't know yet. Controller has to announce it. You have to wait for the announcement. It is conducted by the controller, not by us, right? So we don't know what is the idea. June exam, our CLS will be finished. What is CLS? I don't know. Yeah. Your class is finishing tomorrow. A part and B part. A part is smaller questions, right? So you have to write at least half page to 1 page further. It consists 5 marks. And B part is 10 mark question. You have to write at least 1 or 2 pages. C part is a case study, mandatory question with 20 marks. How many semester? What? I don't understand. Have you not gone through the syllabus and papers of your class? You have 4 semesters. Each semester consists of 5 papers. Model questions are in the website. You can see the website for model question papers. Right? You have 4 semesters, Aarti. Kindly go through the syllabus which is available in the website. Kindly explore the website. Your website have a lot of inquiries which you are asking. So kindly go through the website and see one by one all the icons.
Ma'am, part C.
Yes.
Ma'am, part C. How many pages for case studies? How many pages are to be
it's a 20
written?
mark question, and so if you write the analysis properly, you will be writing around 2 to 3 pages at least, minimum.
Okay.
It will come automatically
Okay.
because you have to write identification of problem, analysis, and recommendations, then conclusion. It will be there, okay? Right.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So, yes, for all the subject, pass mark is 50. All the 20 papers. 50, 20, you have to get first paper is project in fourth semester. That paper also you have to get 50. It is a project you have to submit at the end of 4th semester. Right? I don't know, you have joined and it has been, you are attending classes and some of you have not gone through the syllabus or papers or pass marks. Kindly do that at least now. Go through the website and explore it, right? Know what you are studying. See, you are committed to do this. You have joined MBA, you have paid fees. Show some respect to yourself that you have made a decision. Respect your decision. Right? Work for that. That is the basic thing that any management student should do. No special classes on case study. If you want, you have to study it by yourself. If tomorrow time permits, once again I will tell you how to write the case study. I have already said it 2-3 times in the classes, previous classes. I think you have not attended that. In tomorrow, if there is time, I'll tell you that. Okay? Right. So with that, I think we can wind up the Kartika Devi. No, in exam point of view, in between I have told you what are the important topics and questions. The questions are set by some other people confidentially. So it depends on those people who are setting the question papers, you know. So I cannot say that. I don't know. Okay? Right. So with that, can we wind up the session? Thank you very much. Thank you for attending the class.
Thank you.
Master?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I
Thank
have
you, ma'am.
the student's portal ID, madam.
We have only one project.
Okay. See, whatever issues regarding these things, you send that ID. I have typed in the chat box. DD help desk. You can send request and
Yes,
and
ma'am. I had already put a mail on DDD help desk. They sent the procedure, ma'am.
Yes,
But
yes.
after following the procedure, I have the same repeating complaint. It's showing
Okay.
the
Once again, you send a screenshot to the same DD help desk. That will be forwarded to the technical team. Immediately they will solve it. See, help desk should remember that it lot of you are sending mail. So minimum it takes 7 days to attend your mail itself, right? Because that much lot of mails we are receiving one by one. So it will take some time. So be patient. And if you are you got already reply from help desk, you have gone through the procedure. If you're still facing problem, send in the trailing mail itself with screenshots of your problem. It will be resolved, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Why I am saying this with confidence, because I am monitoring the help desk myself. So I'm even responding to some of you people if I'm finding time. So I make it a point that within 7 to 10 days, every one of you are answered up to the best we are doing. So kindly be patient and cooperate. Don't send silly mails so that it is taking up time for the others. Important mails are getting queued up, right? So for smaller things, check the website. For all the information which is available in the website, don't come to help us. What we are doing, we have to give the URL, go to visit the website. Kindly don't do that, so that other important queries like what Guru Baran is asking can be attended to. Keep it in mind, right? Okay. Thank you very much for patient listening, and thank you. We'll meet tomorrow same time. So that we finish our classes, right? Thank you. Ajna is asking scholarship is based on only awarded scholarships, not here. Okay? You can apply to your scholarship through DD. That we can. Okay. Thank you very much, all of you.
வா போவோம் பாப்பா பாப்பு குட்டி வா கீழே போடாத ஏன் போட்ட அது குடுக்குறேன் போட்டா எல்லாத்தையும் கீழே போட்டு உச்சி எல்லாத்தையும் கீழே போட்டு அது கீழே போட்டுட்டு எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்துட்டு வந்தேன்
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So, in the last class we had started our discussion of macroeconomics, module 4. Like we had briefly started and we were just discussing about what is GDP, what is GDP growth, and a few other topics related to that. So what we'll do today is that we'll continue with that discussion on about macroeconomics. Okay, and let me share my screen. So we will start with this topic today, which is the circular flow of income and expenditure. Now, if you look, why are we talking about this? Because this basically builds the foundation stone of macroeconomics as such from the foundations of microeconomics, in the sense that we all understand that in microeconomics, what did we study? We first of all studied about individual consumers, their demand patterns, their utility behavior, and all those things. So that all those like the consumers and everyone are part of what we call as the households, which is there on the left hand side, as you can see. Okay, so all the consumers, all the people, end users are part of households. And then in microeconomics we talked about the production analysis, cost analysis, revenue analysis, markets, all those things. In all the conditions that we studied after that, we were concerned about firms or the producers. Okay, so these are the two main pillars that we had established when we were studying about microeconomics. Now, uh, when we begin our analysis or understanding of macroeconomics as such, what we do is that we need to understand the way households, which is basically all the consumers in the economy, and for that reason, all individuals in the economy, the human individuals, you and I people, who constitute the household, how do they interact with the firms, which are basically productive units, and in turn make up the entire macroeconomy. So we have something called the two sector model, and then next we will talk about the five extended model, in which we have 4 sectors, 5 sectors, like that. We will come to that later. But now in the household, in this two sector model, there are two main cycles to be understood, or for that reason, not cycles, but two main flows that we have to understand. One is and or before that, it has to be understood that households, like which constitutes people like you and me, are basically controlling all the factors of production. So what are these factors of production? Land. So you and I people, like all the people are owners of land. Labor. So the labor that we render, again households are owners of labor. Capital. So capital is owned by households, individuals. And then entrepreneurship or managerial skills are also owned by people. So all the factors of production are owned by the households. So what do the households do? So you can see this bottom cycle path. So households basically provide factors of production to the firms. Okay, and in turn, what do these firms do? They produce goods and services by using the factors of production provided by the households, and then sell those goods and services back to the household. So if you think of the entire macroeconomy, when I say macroeconomy, it is basically the aggregate of all the individuals and all the firms which are existing in the economy in a two sector model. So all the individuals who are there plus all the productive units which are there. So now, say suppose I am controlling land and labor and capital and entrepreneurship. I give this and set up a firm and produce some commodities. What will happen? These commodities which are produced finally will be used by some other individual. So it's basically going back to the household sector. Now, how does this household sector pay for the goods and services? So basically, this outer circle that you see is the flow of real goods and services. So factors of production which are going from households to firms are in real terms, as in actual labor units, actual capital units, actual land units. Now, when the factors of production were given and the goods and services flow back, this is also in real terms, the amount of, as in the physical units of goods and services. If services are not are intangible, that means in that case again we can qualify, say suppose hours of service that was provided. So this outer cycle is basically the real cycle, but the inner cycle that you see is the nominal cycle, in the sense that for the factors of production which the firm which the households provide to the firm, the firms will pay back wages for the labor that was given, rent for the land that was given, dividend for the capital that was given, and profits for the entrepreneurship skills that were given. This basically is the nominal or monetary changes that is represented. So for the factors of production provided by the households to the firms pay in terms of wages, rents, dividends, and profits. Now, in turn, what happens is that for the goods and services which the households buy from the firms, now the money which the households spend on buying that will go back as consumer expenditure to the firm. Now you understand that the households are getting income in terms of wages, rent, dividend for providing factors of production. And once they have got this income and firms have got their factors of production, firms will produce goods and services, provide to the household, for which households will pay back in terms of consumer expenditure. So this is the basic two-sector model. And when we say household, it is all the households, all the consumers which exist in the economy. Firms constitute of all the productive units that constitute in the economy. An important thing to be noted here is that the basic principle of accounting. So if you are coming from commerce background, or if you are not as part of your MBA program anyway, you will have a course on basic accounts. So you will understand that in accounting, there is a basic concept, one of the principles of accounting, out of the 10 principles that we know. One of the principles is that the proprietor is always different from the firm. So in that sense, if I am owning a business, my books of account, so the amount of money that I am getting and the tax that I am filing for my income is different from what my business firm is getting as income, and the tax which my business firm is paying for the income which is generated from the business that it is undertaking. So there's a difference between the owner and the firm itself. So the households, even though the households own the firms, yet it is assumed that this ownership is part of the entrepreneurship for which they are being paid. The labor which the households provide to the firms, they are being paid as part of wages. Okay. So this is the two-sector model. Any confusions here? Okay. Nothing?
No, sir.
Okay, we are proceeding forward. Now, moving from this very simplistic understanding of the macroeconomy, where you have a set of consumers and then you have a set of producers, we move to this slightly larger extended model, wherein you see that the top portion here. Can you see my mouse moving on the screen? Is it visible, the cursor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let me just change it to a laser point. Yeah, so that it can be visible. Yeah. Now, as you can see on the top, we again have the same two-sector model on the top. We have households on one side, firms on one side. So households are providing resources, that means factors of production, for which firms are paying them income. And what happens? Firms provide output, that means goods and services, which is being paid by households in terms of consumer expenditure. Remains the same, but apart from these two sectors, there are different other sectors which we must consider when we have to understand the overall working of the actual macro. So you understand that there is a financial sector, which you can think of is the banking sector, right? So we have a banking sector, we have a capital market, which is basically stocks and equities. There are non-banking financial companies also, like LIC and others, right? So there is an entire financial sector also there, with which both households and firms interact. Then there is government also, which plays a major role. And then there is the external sector, overseas sector, as in from whom we import business. So if you think of India, so all the residents of the country are the household, all the firms, or for that reason, all the companies that exist are the firms. Then all the banks and the non-banking financial companies, everything constitutes the stock markets, and everything constitutes the financial sector. Then the government sector is the government itself, state government, central government, then all the local body governments, and then everything except all the countries outside India are overseas sector. So now what happens? Households will use the financial sector to park their savings. So whenever we have some excess money with us, what do? We put that money as savings in banks or in stocks or wherever. Now, what does that financial sector do? It takes that money. Let's think of financial sector as banks for simplification. So bank takes the money that we have saved with them, and then uses it as investment and lends it to productive units, that means their firms. So all the on the left side we say leakages, that means everything that is held is going out. And on the right hand side we have injections, that means whatever is going in. So savings is a type of leakage, because households are not are taking that savings out from this two sector model and putting it in the financial sector, which the financial sector is pushing back into this two sector model, that means as injection in terms of investments. In the same way, the government takes away some money from the households and these firms as such in terms of taxes. So taxes are collected both from households and firms, but the government also spends money in the form of various government schemes. For example, if they're constructing roads, payments they're doing as part of pension schemes, as part of Narega payments, all those things as part of PDS payment subsidies. All those things are government spending, which is going back to this two sector model. So government spending is an injection, taxation is a leakage, because government takes these taxes from the household and firm and uses that taxes as injection back to the two sector model in terms of spending. Further, there is import. So if you think of overseas markets, so whenever you are importing, whenever India imports from abroad, so example, if we are importing Rafale from France, what we have to do? We have to make the payment for the imports that we have done. So imports are always leakage, because even though we buy the commodity, but we have to make a payment for that commodity which goes out of our country. So import is a leakage. And suppose if we are export software to other parts of the world, then what happens? We get money for the exports that we are doing. So export is an injection. So the money that we get from exports is an injection to this model. Imports is an leakage. Okay, so please understand, whenever something goes out, it's a leakage. Whenever something comes in, it's an injection. So this is the basic extended model, and it encompasses all the 5 different segments that we can think of as an entire of macroeconomy. And this prevails not only for a particular country, but it can be thought of for a particular state, for any particular say firm also, if you think of firm, individual, say conglomerate as a macroeconomic unit, that also works in this case. Okay, so this is the basic building block of the macroeconomic framework that we are building on. So have we understood this part? Any confusions here? Okay, we'll proceed then in that case. So please remember this basic understanding that investments, government spending, exports, expenditure. So this expenditure is basically consumer expenditure. All these are injections. Okay, and leakages are savings, taxes, imports, all these are leakages. Now in that case, if we have to measure GDP, so when we talk about that GDP growth is say 5-6%, then there will be some value of GDP. So if you remember this, what I was trying to talk, I was explaining nominal and real GDP. And if you look this simple graph, what do you understand? That this constant price is basically the real GDP. Blue line. So for 2021, the data that we have right now, the actual data, the GDP of India is close to, as you can see, 15 lakh crores. One second. So it is 1 crore 50 lakh crores. So, or we can say 150 lakh crores. Not 15 lakh, but it is 150 lakh crore rupees. So that is the GDP, and then the change in GDP is basically the GDP growth that we see. Now, when you talk about GDP, how do we arrive at this number of 150 lakh crore? That is the main question. How do we arrive at that number? So there are three methods. One is the value added method, then the other is the income method, and the third one is the expenditure method. So what is generally used in our country is the value added method, but when we look from an accounting perspective, we generally consider the expenditure method. Okay, income method is also used, but it's not generally accounted. So value added method is what is used in the actual accounting business by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and expenditure method is used for the accounting purposes that we use. Now, what are those? Now, basically, as per the value added method, GDP is the value of output minus value of intermediate goods used in production. And what is GDP? It's the sum of value added at each stage of production. So let's try to understand it from a very basic example of production of a shirt. Now suppose there are 4 stages in which a particular commodity is being produced. So in the first stage, what happens? That a farmer is there who sells cotton at ₹100 to a thread maker. So this is the first stage of production, that farmer has grown cotton and it is selling this cotton at ₹100 to the thread maker. Now what is the value added at first stage? It is ₹100 because farmer started from scratch and has added a value of ₹100 to the to this production process. Now the thread maker buys cotton worth ₹100 and then makes fabric from that makes thread from that cotton, and then sells that thread to a fabric maker for ₹200. So the input cost for that the value of intermediate good for the thread maker was ₹100 because intermediate good for the thread maker is cotton, which he or she purchased at ₹100, and the final product which the thread maker sold was sold at ₹200. So the value added at in this case is 200 minus 100, which is ₹100. Now this thread maker has sold to the fabric maker threads for ₹200. Now the fabric maker buys threads at ₹200, and what they will do, they will manufacture those rolls of fabric, so big rolls of cloth, and they will sell this rolled cloth to the shirt manufacturer at ₹400. Now what is the value added? So you understand that the input value of intermediate good for the fabric maker was 200 rupees, and the value of output is 400 rupees. So 400 minus 200, 200 rupees is the value added. And finally, the shirt manufacturer is buying those rolls of cloth at 400 rupees, and they are selling the final product, which is the shirt, at 600 rupees in the market. So the value added is 200. Now, what do you see at each stage of production of shirt? So there is a certain value which is added. And therefore, if you add all these values together, what do you see? 100 plus 100 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200, it is 600 rupees. And if you look that 600 is basically the market value of the shirt. And we had seen the definition earlier yesterday in the last class that GDP is the market value of all final goods and services manufactured in the country in a given period of time or in a year. So what do we see? What is the market value of the final good, which is the shirt? 600 rupees. And what is the GDP that we arrive using the value added method? It is also 600 rupees. So GDP, gross value added, basically the sum of the value added at each stage. So that Excel sheet which I had shown you in the last class, the GVA. So if I just quickly take you back to that sheet maybe once. So in country, why am I taking you that in our country, basically we consider these. So these are the main 8 sectors that we consider in India. So there is an agricultural, forestry and fishing, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, electricity, gas supply, other utility services, construction, trade, hotel, financial, real segment, public administration, all and other services. So if you see this first two are primary sector. So if you think from economics, if you have studied something in economics, you will remember that there are 3 sectors. One is primary sector, there is secondary sector, then there is tertiary sector. So the first 2 are primary sectors, which is agriculture, forestry and fishing, mining, quarrying. Then manufacturing, construction, these 2 are the secondary sector, and the remaining are all tertiary sectors, electricity, gas supply, other utility services. So to some extent, electricity and all is also part of somewhere manufacturing, but largely services. And the largest service segment is this 7th, financial, real estate and professional services. So this constitutes the largest portion. So if you look at the Excel sheet, which is open here, you can see that these are the 8 segments, and out of these 8 segments, the largest value is accruing to this segment, this segment, 45. So as I told that this is the largest contributor. So when we say that India is a service oriented economy right now, that a major portion of the Indian economy, comes from services. So you can realize that services contribute the maximum. And when we say that even though most of the people are dependent on agriculture, yet the contribution of agriculture is very less. So you can see that the contribution of agriculture is less as compared to the contribution of just one type of service. Okay, so in that case, these are the statements which you would generally read in newspaper and other media outlets, and that is what we are referring to. Okay. Now, this I had shown you briefly in the last class. What is NNI? That means national income, and all these things we had discussed. So income method, if you look, it's basically there are 4 factors of production. So if you add all the income which is given to the 4 factors of production, that will be your GDP. But what is more important for us to look at this expenditure method. Now, as per the expenditure method, GDP, which is Y, GDP is Y, is equal to C, which is the total consumption expenditure. So it's basically the amount of money which all the entire household segment spends on consumption of various goods and services, plus I, which is the investment. So it is the investment which the firms do for purchase of various goods and services, plus G, which is the government expenditure. That means all, the entire amount which the government spends for various services, for various commodities, plus X minus M. So X minus M is basically what we call as the net export. So X is export, M is import, and N, as you can see, is with a minus sign, mainly to indicate that imports are leakages. So you understand that whenever we import, what happens? Money goes out. So we put M with a minus sign. Okay, that is the reason here. And X is the export, so this is the money which comes in. Another way to understand that, you understand the fact that GDP is the value of services, as it is written here, which are consumed or produced within the country. Now in that case, whatever imports that we do, are they produced within our country? No. So imports are goods and services which are not part of the home country. They are being produced in other countries. So suppose if we are importing BMW cars, BMW car is manufactured in Germany. So that car, that BMW car, the value of that BMW car is part of the GDP of Germany and not as part of the GDP of India, because we are importing it. Okay. So for that reason, imports are always subtracted from GDP. Exports are added to GDP. So export comes with a plus sign, imports come with a minus sign. So this is important for you to understand. Now we'll skip all these things. Just to give you an idea, so we were talking about consumption, the four components. So as you can very clearly see, just to understand a basic idea, that PFC, which is private final consumption expenditure. So this is the consumption. This constitutes the maximum of the overall GDP. Then is the investment. Then comes the government part, and then the exports. And if you look from a same perspective, approximately 56% or 57% of the overall GDP is consumption expenditure. Around 36% is investment. Approximately 10 to 11% is the government spending, and minus 4.77% is net export. So we are exporting less as compared to what we import. So India as such, this is what we, as I had told that we will discuss both module 4 and 5 together. So we are talking of macroeconomics in the perspective of India. So our country, in our country, we export less, as in the money that from exports is less than the money that we pay to other countries for the imports that we do. So there is a leakage, a net leakage in terms of the imports that we do, and close to approximately 1.55% we say are the discrepancies in the accounting process. Nonetheless, what is more important from a policy perspective to understand, and for you as managers to understand, is that in any case, the major portion of the overall GDP comes from the household segment in form of consumption expenditure. Therefore, whenever governments, or for that reason, whenever we want to understand that how to increase GDP of a country, it will largely come from the household, that means from the consumption expenditure, more as compared to all other segments. So even if the business, even if the if the firms are investing more, yes, it will contribute to GDP. But those policies which puts money in the hands of the final consumers, you and I, so that we can use that money for buying various goods and services, that is more beneficial for increasing the output. So you understand that whenever there is a recession, what do the governments do? They try to bring in such policies which brings down the cost of the capital holding, both for the firms as well as for the end users. They'll make home loans, they'll make car loans, they'll make personal loans very cheap, so that you take money and then you spend that money so that the out GDP will increase. So you understand during this session what happens? There is a fall in GDP. There the output contracts. So if you remember this graph, I'll just bring you back to that graph earlier. So what had happened into 2020? You can see that during the recession, the GDP had decreased during this COVID-19 pandemic. There was a fall in GDP. Okay. Now this fall in GDP, how to increase this GDP? What the government had to do? So you can see that this clear GDP growth took a sharp fall. Now, in order to increase the GDP, government made interest rates very low, so the cost of borrowing became less. Therefore, people like you and I started borrowing money to purchase houses. Lot of people purchased houses during the pandemic. Lot of people purchased cars and other utilities during the pandemic. Even though many people lost their jobs, but lot of money was also being spent on buying goods, on buying houses and other real estate things, and therefore that was the main objective with which it was done. Okay, I hope you would have understood the basic fundamentals. So this, please understand that if GDP Y is equal to consumption plus investment plus G plus X minus M, any strategy which increases consumption or increases investment or increases government expenditure or increases exports and decreases the amounts of imports will lead to an increase in GDP. Okay, and the vice versa will be true. So if you want to reduce, no country would like to reduce GDP, but the question where if arises that why is GDP shrinking? There must be some reason that GDP is shrinking. Either your imports are very high, or the exports have contracted, which has actually in the past, in the last year 2022, what happened? That since the overall world economy is contracting, a lot of other countries are also facing recession. What happened that many countries are not ready to buy what India is supplying, so there is a contraction in the exports. So since the exports are contracting, GDP is falling. Even after pandemic, since the inflation increased, what did the governments do? They increased the interest rates. So if the interest rates are high, again the cost of borrowing increase. So if people have less money, what will happen? Consumption expenditure will decrease. People will be less likely to buy cars and other spending on other commodities. Firms will have less money to spend. So you remember, now all of us have heard this collapse of the SVB banks, Silicon Valley Bank. Now, if you see some of the case studies, they say that what had happened, that Federal Reserve, since they had increased their rates so high, like the Central Bank of US's Fed Reserves, they had increased their so high that these banks didn't have sufficient amount of capital to play with, and therefore what happened? The cost of borrowing for these, the cost of business for these banks increased so high that they were in a position to collapse. And one more, Signature Bank in New York also filed for bankruptcy. So these type of happenings are very common. So please understand that the entire cyclical behavior of GDP, which we call as business fluctuation. So whenever it goes through a peak or when it goes through a trough, that means a recessionary phase, it has different phases. So these are, so let me just keep this and talk to you. These are some of the limitations of GDP as a measure, because many a times, even though we talk of GDP, that yes, GDP is very important, GDP growth of a country is very important, but there are a lot of different limitations that we have to consider. That parallel economy is there, all the illegal activities are not accounted for. Another important thing is that when we say this entire idea that all the women in the household who are working as housewives, they do a lot of work and they are contributing a lot to the overall economic activity, as we call, but neither they are accounted for as employed, nor are their services added to the GDP. And therefore it's a if you add all those parts, the GDP will definitely increase. And from a social science perspective also, when we of the fact that yes, if the ladies are working, if the women are working in the households and their services are not accounted for, it gives a very negative connotation to the society in general, that what work are you doing. So these things become relevant from the perspective of not only the economics, but also the social, from a social society perspective also. Okay, so I'll just end here, and then we'll move very quickly to the next topic that we have, which is now when we have talked about GDP, the other very related thing that we were talking about in GDP calculation was prices. So GDP is defined as price multiplied with quantity. Now GDP is basically a measure of the quantity of goods and services produced in the economy. And just to give it a more standardized form of representing, we multiplied it with price, and therefore the GDP was represented in monetary terms. But a very important, apart from GDP growth, which is an important variable in the entire macroeconomic discussion, another very important variable which you would have heard of is inflation. That the inflation is rising, inflation is falling, inflation is stable. What is inflation? So inflation is a general and ongoing rise in the level of prices of the in the entire economy. Now, please understand that whenever we say that the inflation is rising, it is not the fact that the prices of a particular commodity or few commodities have increased. It is the rise in the general price level. Say, suppose if there are let's take a hypothetical case that there are total 1,000 commodities which are being produced and traded in an economy. Now, out of those 1,000 commodities, if the prices of 500 commodities have increased, but by say 10 rupees, and the prices of the remaining 500 commodities have decreased by 10 rupees, do you think that inflation has increased in the economy, or there is a net inflation in the economy? What do you think?
So there is inflation in the economy, sir.
Why so?
5% inflation, sir.
What I'm saying is that you have 1,000 commodities.
Yes, sir.
Out of those 1,000, the price of 500 commodities has increased by 10 rupees, and the price of the remaining 500 commodities has decreased by 10 rupees. Is there any net inflation?
It depends upon the demand for the goods and services.
Sir, -1.
Yes. So the weightage matters, but if we assign equal weightage to all the commodities, then
So then there will be no net inflation or deflation.
there is no net inflation. So basically, please try to understand that inflation is the rise in the overall price level of a majority of the commodities in the economy. Okay. Now, when we say that, what are these majority commodities? We consider a basket of goods and services. Now, I was talking to you about this in the last class, that what do governments do is that they conduct these surveys to understand that what are the major commodities which people consume in different parts of the country. So the type of commodities which people consume in Tamil Nadu will be different from what they consume in Delhi. It will be different from what they consume in Meghalaya, will be different from what they consume in Gujarat or Maharashtra or other parts of the country. Now, government conducts these surveys and they try to find a representative basket of goods and services. When I say goods and services, I'm referring to, say, or I would better say, when I use the term commodity, please understand that commodity is being used to refer to goods, that means physical goods, as well as non-physical, intangible services also. So the government will find, or for that reason we have an agency which is NSO. They will conduct these surveys and they will arrive at a list of approximately, they have a list of approximately 700 commodities, identified that, okay, these are the 700 commodities which people generally consume in country. Now, what do? They have also, based on the demand noted, based on the demand patterns of those commodities, they have assigned weights that, okay, a commodity which is consumed more will have a higher weightage. So for that reason, food commodities, the foods that we consume, the cereals that we consume will have a higher weightage as compared to, say, suppose those commodities which are luxury goods like gold, or for that reason certain services which are rare. Okay, so in that, based on the demand patterns, based on the price, have assigned weights to the different goods and services that are consumed, and the weightage assigned multiplied with the actual price of that good and service. By multiplying that, we arrive at a index value which represents the price which is prevailing in the entire economy. So what do? Suppose in the base year, the price of a given commodity multiplied with its weight, and then you sum that across all the 700 commodities that are considered, that number is assigned a value of 100. So suppose if the base year is 2011-12, the price of all the commodities multiplied with their weight, that number is assigned a value of 100. Now in 2011 it is 100. So in 2012, when the price increased, weight remains the same. Mind it, weight remains the same. When the price of those commodities have increased, weight, which is the same, multiplied with the price which has increased, will give you a higher value. Now, this higher value basically will tell you that by how much has this index has increased from 100 to what. So suppose if the value for 2011, which is price multiplied with weight, was say 1000. Now if that has, which we took as 100. Now in 2012, if this value, which is price multiplied with weight, has increased from 1000 to, say, suppose 1100, so the index has basically increased by, so the index will go from 100 to 110. So in that case, what do? So for each year we have this, the average level of price is expressed as an index. Generally what we used is a Laspeyres index. So if you have studied index numbers in statistics, if that is a paper that for you, I don't know. So we use a Laspeyres index to calculate the index. So for each year we have a given value. So 100, 102, 103, like this, the numbers will keep on increasing depending on how prices are changing. And the change in this index number, which basically represents the price level prevailing in that year, is the inflation rate. So inflation rate is basically change in the prices, the percentage change in the price. So suppose in 2020 the index value was 150, and in 2021 the index value is 155. So in 2020 the index value is 150. In 2021, if the index value is 155, then what is the inflation? Can anyone tell me? Is it 3.33%? Or let's take a simple example, not complicating. If in 2020 the index value is 100, in 2021 the index value becomes 110. What is the inflation rate?
10%.
10%. So please understand, yes. So the inflation is basically the change in the index value. Okay. Now, what is this index? We have different types of indices that we consider. So there is the consumer price index, which we use now in India. Earlier, we were using wholesale price index. Now also we use wholesale price index. But what we generally depend on is the consumer price index. We have a PPI also, which we don't use in India, but it is used in US. There is something called retail price index, which we calculate in India, but it is not used for reporting generally. But what is you need to focus on is the consumer price index. Now, consumer price index was introduced as a measure. So there are different types of CPI also, but what we generally use now in India was introduced in the year 2012. Okay, it was used in, and then we have data for years from 2011 onwards. Okay, so these things you don't have to worry much about. Just wanted to give you a basic idea. Okay, so the index that we used is CPI All India index that we used, and then the change in that CPI All index is what we use for calculating inflation. So these things you can skip. Just to give you an idea that there are 6 major groups that are taken into consider for CPI calculation, and we have 3 different types of CPI which are calculated. One is what we call as the rural CPI, we have an urban CPI, and then we combine rural and urban to get what we call as the combined CPI or all India CPI. So whenever you hear somewhere all India CPI, it is basically rural CPI and urban CPI combined together. And in each of these CPI measures, what happens is there are 6 different commodity groups that are considered. One is food and beverages, which constitutes the maximum weightage. So as one of you had told, depending on the demand patterns. So what is maximum demand is for food and beverages. Then as you can see is miscellaneous. I'll show you what is in miscellaneous. Then we have clothing, housing, fuel and light. So fuel and light is the next major thing. And then the minimum goes to this banned tobacco in intoxicants, because even though you might we can always say that yes, those things are not good, people consume a major share, like people do consume that, and they consume in very high volumes, and many of the states are also getting a huge revenue out of that segment, right? So that we cannot just leave it out as such. Now within each, as you can see that there are various commodities that we consider. So within food and beverages, we have cereals, meats, eggs, products, different types of products. Housing, clothing, footwear we have. Then fuel in lighting, we have the different commodities. Then in miscellaneous are the basic services. So you were talking about services, someone had asked me. So health services, transport services, recreational services, educational services, this personal care. So someone had asked about barber. That is part of personal care, salon. All those things are included in, and they are accounted for when we are taking into consideration the CPI calculation. And these numbers that you see are basically the weights that are assigned, and you can very clearly see that cereals are given the highest weightage among the food and beverages, which again constitutes the highest weightage among all the different commodity groups. Okay, this we can skip as of now. So these are the different commodities for which, so for different states we have different number of commodities for which the prices are calculated. So in the rural segment we have 448 commodities. In the urban we have close to 460 commodities total. If you take the intersection, it is close to 600 commodities to 700 commodities that are considered. Now as you can see, this is the CPI, that actual CPI, and the change in CPI is the inflation. So when you talk about inflation, it is basically year on year change in the CPI value. Okay, and if you remember that now whenever if you see anything in RBI thing, they say that we want to keep the CPI or CPI inflation between 2 and 6%. 4% plus or minus 2% is what they say. So what you can see, and this is what they had introduced in 2015. So after it came in 2014, but it was more implemented in 2015. So but after 14, as you can see that inflation was largely between this band of 2 to 6%, largely between this band it was moving. But after, during this pandemic period, as you can see, after September 2019 onwards, inflation was crossing the 6%, the upper range, and then after that, in 21 there was some fall in the inflation, but after beginning of this 22, since the beginning of the last year, the inflation again started rising, and therefore in 22, every time monetary policy was announced, you remember that inflation interest rates were hiked. So there has been a continuous rise in the interest rates, mainly in order to control this rising inflation. Okay, so whenever there is a inflation, what do the central bank does they increase the interest rate. Why do they increase interest rate? Because if they increase interest rate, people will, the cost of borrowing will increase, so people will be less there will be a lesser incentive for people to borrow money, to have hold money. Moreover, if the interest rate is high, instead of keeping money with myself, what will I do? I will put the money in the bank. So the amount of liquidity, the amount of liquid cash that is held by any individual will be less. So if the liquid money is less with individuals, the demand for those goods and services will be less, and therefore what will happen? The prices of the commodities will fall, and therefore inflation will also fall. So that is the main logic which is being used. So if demand for less money, if the demand for less money, they will demand for less of goods and services, and therefore the prices will fall, and therefore the inflation will also fall. But if the inflation is less, if the prices are very low, that is also bad for the economy. Why is it bad? Because for the producers who are producing goods and services, they also need some amount of rise in the prices of the commodities which they are supplying, so that their income rises over the period of time. Now, if the prices are falling continuously, what will happen? The income which the producers get will keep on falling over the period of time, and their inflation, disinflation. So there is a differentiation and disinflation. So if the inflation is just falling, so when you see that, you can see my cursor, when inflation came down from above 6% to say close to 2%, this is what we call as disinflation. So this is fall in the price level. But if the price level goes below 0%, if the prices are going below if the inflation, sorry, not prices, but the inflation is negative. Suppose if the inflation is negative, that means the price levels are actually decreasing. Then what we call it? We call it as deflation. So deflation is bad for the economy. Disinflation is not very bad in the short term. So if the prices, if the inflation is say above 10%, there has to be some level of disinflation so that the prices can come down. Inflation can come down. The increase, the rate at which the prices are rising should come down. That is disinflation. But if the prices are falling, it's not that the inflation is falling. If the prices are falling, that is what we, okay. Now, this is what I was talking about. Disinflation is the reduction in inflation rate. So if the inflation is coming down from 6 to 2%, but if the prices are falling, deflation is the decrease in the average level of prices, a negative inflation rate. That is very, very bad for the economy. Then we also hear about something called hyperinflation. What is hyperinflation? If the prices are rising at a very high rate, generally above 50%, if we are increasing on a monthly basis, which contributes to about 14,000% per year rise, then we say that it is hyperinflation. Now, can you cite any country which is suffering from hyperinflation that you are aware of?
Pakistan. Pakistan, sir.
Pakistan is plagued with very high inflation, but still it is not considered as a is not in the category of hyperinflation.
Okay, sir.
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, to some extent,
Currently
experienced that. But let me take you to 1 second.
UK.
No, not UK, not at all. Let me show you this one. So do you see the countries which are above 25% or more, this graph? There is this
Yes, sir.
Zimbabwe, then you have Turkey, okay, then you have some of these East African countries, South Sudan and all. These are plagued with hyperinflation. Venezuela, you can see here, okay, Argentina, this big portion, right? So these are some of the countries which are experiencing hyperinflation. Okay. Now we'll move. Any questions that you have related to inflation, prices, all these concepts?
Sir, in output method, income method, and expenditure method, the results will be same. Or...
Always.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. So, one important thing I want to talk to you before we close. Now there is this a very important.
Sir, which method is India is currently using right now? In
India uses the value-added method, sir.
Value? No, sir. In GDP, sir.
Yes,
income
yes, the value-added method. But when you look, see, the idea is that the method of calculation of GDP is value-added method in India. But in any case, when you look from an accounting perspective, it is the expenditure method.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, before we close this inflation chapter topic, one very important point to be noted is the relationship between inflation and money supply. Okay, you understand, in the case of India, is the main authority for supplying money in the country. Now, whenever they print money, whenever they print more notes and supply, or if they decrease the interest rates, what happens? People are borrowing more money, and therefore there is more credit creation. There is more amount of loans which are getting generated. So if the loans are generated more people have more money in their hands. So money supply increases, right? So there is a very definitive relationship between the increase in money supply and rises in prices, which is inflation. Now, as you can see in this graph, money supply and inflation, except few episodes, largely will move together. Do you see this? Largely, if you look at the general patterns, you would find that money supply and inflation move together largely. Now, a very famous thing was said by Milton Friedman. I don't know if you would have heard of the person Milton Friedman. He in economic sciences, and he is we call him as the father of monetary economics. Okay. Now he said this in the early 60s. Okay, during 1960s he said this statement, and which is very important for all of us to understand, is inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomena. I'll repeat it again. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomena. That means whenever there is a rise in prices, if the inflation is rising, the major reason for inflation is rise in money supply. The money which is getting circulated in the economy, the liquidity which is getting circulated in the economy. Now, in order, and when did he say that? He had come to India as an RBI had invited him for a lecture in India, and during that lecture he had made this statement, and it became very famous. And that when he was giving his Nobel Prize acceptance lecture, then also he had talked about this statement. Okay. Now, in that case, just to give you an idea that if this statement is true or not, we have done a small analysis. Now, along this x-axis, if you understand some basic graphing plots, along the x-axis, we have taken the change in M3. What is M3? It is the money supply, a measure of money supply. And along the y-axis, we have taken inflation. Now, what do you see? This line, this dark line, is basically the line which represents the relation between increase in money in the economy and increase in prices in the economy, what do you see? It's a positive relationship, isn't it? So whenever money supply increases, inflation is also rising. So that is, inflation is the monetary phenomenon. Was everywhere. So there is another analysis where we took various countries of the world, and for the different countries, their particular money supply and their inflation rate was taken. And what do you see again? This is a cross-sectional analysis. So for different countries, we took whatever is the inflation rate and whatever is the money supply. This not I didn't take, but it was reported in one place. As you can see on the bottom, I have written that name of the paper. So they took for various countries what is the money supply growth and what is the inflation rate in that country. And again, we can see a positive line, which indicates that everywhere, whichever country you take, so you can see Argentina, you saw, right? So Argentina experiences very high inflation rates, and therefore the money supply of Argentina is also, growth in money supply of Argentina is also very high. If US experiences low inflation, the growth in money supply of US is also very low. Okay, so inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomena. That statement is written here. Any confusion or any further clarifications that you want to seek regarding this topic?
Sir, excuse me, sir. So this money supply, is it related to only cash or credit or cashless economy also?
It is related to any, okay, to just give you a simple answer, yes, it is related to the money notes which are printed, the coins which are printed, as well as the credit which is being created, plus the entire cashless economy, the overall liquidity which is there in the country, in the economy.
Okay.
Okay.
So in this related,
if we take from a very simple perspective, if you look from a very, very simple perspective, now please understand that M3, the definition of M3 is the money which RBI has printed and we are holding. So it is cash that we hold plus the total money which we have deposited in the form of demand deposits, that means in our savings accounts and other accounts, plus time deposits, that means the money which we have put in fixed deposits. So that is the money supply that we are referring to right now. Nonetheless, when you put money in your account, what happens? The same money is being used to lend more money to others, and therefore the over is increased in the economy. So indirectly, when we say the growth in money supply, it also refers to growth in the credit, overall credit in the economy as well.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
So there is no relation like cashless economy has. Yes, sir. I understood, sir. So is there no relation like the cashless economy will have a lower rate of inflation or something? No, nothing like that.
Okay. Now on that point, see, a lot of what do you say, differing opinions on that, because it all depends on the fact. So one stand. So okay, I'll just quickly, in a minute, I will summarize that what you have asked. So in a cashless economy, there are two things to be considered. Point number one is that the amount of liquid cash which people hold will be less. Therefore, they will be holding more money in the form of like your wallet, cash. Now even e-rupee has come. You have seen that, right? Last December it was introduced in certain cities. Now, if people are using more of GPay, more of Paytm, more of e-rupee, the cost involved in holding the cash will decrease. If the cost of holding cash decreases for the users, for people like you and me, I will be tempted to do more transaction without having to hold so much of cash. Now, if the cost for me, the transaction cost which I incur for the transaction cost which I'm incurring for making transactions is less, I will be tempted to make more transactions. Therefore, what will happen? The demand for goods and services will increase. Therefore, the prices can possibly rise. So that is one strand of understanding that in a cashless economy, as such, the inflation rates can be slightly higher because people are tempted to do more transactions at a lower cost. That is one strand. But from another strand, you understand that if it's a cashless economy, for the Reserve Bank of India or for the government is always the maintaining the same level of transaction. Say suppose if the transaction in the entire economy is worth 1 lakh of cash, yet people use that same less amount of notes to do more. The cost has decreased. So if the banking segment cost has decreased, what will happen? They will not charge you very less. The overall cost of doing business will reduce and therefore less. So what I'm trying to make you understand is that this idea that cashless economy will have lower inflation has differing views. We cannot arrive at a very definitive view on that now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do you understand these two views from two
Yes, sir.
from the point of view of the users of money and the creators of money? From the users of money, what
Yes,
you and I are there to demand for more goods and services, therefore inflation will rise. But for those who are creating money, if the cost of creating money has decreased in a cashless economy, for them what will happen? They will be tempted to charge less of prices for their business, therefore the prices will fall.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
One last statement to make is that yes, one thing to be that in a cashless economy where the amount of money supply, the physical money supply is less. Physical money supply as in bank notes and coins is less, and people are depending more on cash market. That means suppose if you are using GPay, what you are using? Your bank account. So you are putting all your money in bank and not with you as liquid cash as notes. So if in such an economy the money is held in bank accounts, it's more easy for the for RBI and central banks to control inflation. Okay, so monetary policy business becomes easier in those economies where people use more of credit and less of cash. Okay, so I'll end it here. Tomorrow I'll talk about employment, unemployment, some FDIs, FIIs, and external segments, BOP, and then we will finish the contact classes. Okay, thank you.
Give some time.
Okay, sir. So I don't have any particular case study. So what I will do is that just hold for a moment. I'll if you have a group, I will just want to share a YouTube video with you. I'll just copy and paste that link of that video. All of you, even if you are coming from any background, you must watch this video to understand the entire macroeconomics course. So I have just posted a link in the chat box. I would recommend whenever you are free, whenever it just pay some attention, watch this video. You will understand the entire macroeconomic behavior altogether. What is recession? Okay, nothing. Then we'll meet tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, students. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
And to all of you. And very interesting class was going on, so you are quite actively listening, and I hope it will be very useful for you, because some of the students who are not from that background, economic, who have not studied at all, it will be very useful for them. So as suggested by sir, you can see the this watch YouTube. That link, you can go through the link and you can make use of it. Anyway, welcome back once again to this business environment law. And last class, shall we start? Hello?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. We were discussing about company law. So let us continue with that one. And one more important law is the Factory Act. Then some Compensation Act, some 2-3 Industrial Dispute Act we'll discuss. And tomorrow we can have a revision and we can go for this question answer also. If you have anything, we can discuss, right? And old question paper also, I will also try to collect, and you people, if you have, you can see the website, and if you can collect, you can discuss, right? So let me upload my PPT. Yeah, can you see the PPT now?
No, sir. Yes, sir. Visible.
Visible?
Yes.
Now visible, sir. Yeah. Last time we were discussing about, I hope no need to repeat it again, formation of company, how the company is to be, and then we discussed about the important documents like memorandum of association, article of association, and a few doctrines also we discussed, like doctrine of ultravirus, which is associated to your memorandum of association. That is the fundamental document. What are the objectives? Objects are there. If you are crossing those objects or beyond that object, it will be ultravirus. Similarly, we have discussed about article of association. So in that also, this is the internal fundamental document where all regarding the share, the directors, all this internal management will be there, details. And there are the two doctrines are there, like doctrine of indoor management and another is doctrine of constructive notice. Constructive notice is for the outsider who deals with the company, and it is understood that they are knowing it is notice has been given to them to see all the documents or whatever the company's functions are there, and they should they cannot say that we have not given opportunity to see that. That is constructive notice, as if notice is being given to them to given a chance to see the, because memorandum of association, article of association, when registration, it is kept in the registrar's office. Anybody can go with nominal fee, they can see the all those documents. So that is doctrine of constructive notice. Similarly, doctrine of indoor management, whatever we are doing, activities doing within the company, it is well understood there within the frame of rules and regulations you are doing. If anybody those rules, so they will be held liable. This is doctrine of indoor management. So next week about public and private company, where minimum numbers of members required 7 in public company, private company 2. Did we discuss yesterday this one? Hello, students.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Distinction between public and private. It is one of the important again point. Again, examination point of view also it is very important. Sometimes question may come. So, based on the minimum number of members, I request all of you to kindly mute your system, please. Based on the minimum number, in public company, required numbers of members are 7, whereas in private company, minimum 2 members they can form a company. Even single man company also, as per 2013, the single man company also can be formed. Similarly, maximum members here, in case of public company, it's unlimited, but in case of private company, 200 members. Similarly, in case of public company, issue of prospectus can issue for public share. Public company, they can ask for the public share, they can give the advertisement and for share, issuing share, but and they issue prospectus. Prospectus in the sense the details about the company, rules and regulations, frames and functions of company, objectives of company, everything they will be mentioning. If any anything which is pending in the government or any issues, it will be shortfalls are also to be mentioned in this one. And in case of private company, cannot issue a prospectus. So in case of again public company, commencement of business after getting certificate of commencement. The moment they get the commencement certificate, they can start. But in case of private company, they have to wait incorporation. Once they get the copy of incorporation certificate, then they can start. Similarly, in case of public company, additional word limited has to be mentioned. In case of private company, it is to be private limited has to be mentioned. Similarly, for transferability of share, in case of public company, freely transferable. Here, in case of private company, it is not transferable. In case of public company, statutory meeting, a report to be submitted to the register of the company. In case of now, after that company meeting in detail to be submitted to the register of the company. But in case of private company, need not to convene meeting. It is up to them only. But in case of public company, it is mandatory. In case of public company, number of directors 3, and in case of private, number of directors can be 2. Written consent of the director required for the public company. Here is not required. Appointment director, separate resolution required for each director. For appointment of each director, you cannot make a single meeting, all the directors join together. For each director, separate meetings to be conducted. But in case of private company, 2 or more can be single resolution. In case for appointment of 2 or more director can be in single meeting in case of private company. So these are the basic difference between public and private company. Now we discuss about share capital. When the company has to declare, when they public company, they ask for the share from the public. So what is the meaning of share? As per section 84 subpara 84 defines a share. Share is a share capital of a company and includes stock. What is that? It is the share which includes stock. When the company is formed, that time the members, they join together, they contribute, and it forms a stock. And the member, whatever they have part of the capital they have contributed, is called as share. Share signifies the following. What is that? The interest of a shareholder in the company, attend meeting, vote of meeting, and share in the surplus asset of the company, if any, in the event of the company being wound up. So what is the what signifies the share member? Interest of a shareholder in the company in the way the right to receive dividend. Shareholder has the right to receive dividend in between based on the profit earned by the company. They have to issue dividend. Attend meeting. They have the right to attend meeting, like various kinds of meeting, and then annual general meeting, normally AGM. They have the right to attend meeting and vote at the meeting and share in the surplus asset. So they have the right for voting. We'll discuss later how proxy voting is also possible at the meeting, and share in the surplus asset. So if surplus asset is there, they have to get share from them of the company, if any, in the event of the company being wound up. Company is wind up means liquidation of company. When company is completely due to bankruptcy or any other reason, legal issue, if company is wound up, the members, it can be court of law. If it is wind up, then in that case, first debenture holder, they will get their share, then it comes to the shareholder. If any surplus is there, that is the shareholder, he has partly paid the share to completely paid up. The right of the shareholder to transfer the shares subject to the, if article of association mentioned, they can transfer the share. because article of association, which is an internal document which mention all this kind of rules and regular financial transactions, etc. Regarding shares and debenture, meeting, everything will be mentioned in article of association. So binding covenants on the part of the company as well as the shareholder, as given in the article of the company. Whatever it is mentioned in the article of the company, how to wind up the company, so that has to be followed. Thus, a share of a company in the hands of the shareholder signifies a bundle of rights and obligations. They have rights as well as obligations toward the company. A share is not a negotiable instrument, like we discussed earlier. Negotiable instrument like check, a promissory note, etc. It is not like that. So next, what is the stock? The term stock may be defined as the aggregate fully paid up shares. When the share is fully paid up, then when the group of shares join together, it becomes a stock. But it has to be, every company share must have to be fully paid up. Partly paid up cannot be included in stock. So stock may be defined as the aggregate of fully paid up shares of a member merged into the one fund of equal value. Because shares are having equal value, 10 rupee per share means if the individual is in 100 share, 10 rupee means 10,000 rupee, 1,000 rupee he has to pay for that particular share, and certificate would be equal denomination 10 rupee each, and one certificate. If it is fully paid up, then it can be joined with another share and can be called as stock. It is a set of shares put together in a bundle. So the stock is expressed in terms of money and not as so many shares. Stock is included in terms of money, all together shares, and when it is converted, stock can be divided into fraction of any amount, and such fraction may be transferred like shares. So stock can be in a fraction. So 100 shares together. So, but the share has nominal value. What is the number of shares, value, everything it has mentioned. But when it is fully paid up, it becomes a stock, and it's a group of shares. The share has a distinctive number which distinguishes from the other shares. But the shareholder to completely pay. So later on, it can be fully paid up. Once it is paid up, it can be converted into stock. Stock can be never be partially paid up. Stock may be transferred in fraction. All the shares are of equal denomination. Stocks may not be shared. Section 2, sub-para 30, debenture includes bonds or any other instrument of a company. Evidence not the share. If it goes up and down, it will be individual responsibility. But it is the debenture. It is the loan given to the company, whether constituting a charge, the asset of the company or not. Debenture is issued by a company and is usually in the form of certificate, which is an acknowledgement indefinite. Company will issue the debenture certificate, acknowledge that we have received this much amount from you, and it is issued under the company's seal. They will issue the company seal will be there in certificate, and it is one of the series to a number of lenders. Many lenders are there. One of the series of the lender certificate numbers will be there. It is usually specifies a particular period or date as the date of repayment. In that debenture certificate, the period of loan and period of when it is to be paid, repayment is to be done, that is to be mentioned in the this debenture certificate. It generally creates a charge on the undertaking on the company or same part as its property. It is undertaking of the company or part of the property. A debenture holder does not have any right to vote in the company's meeting. As shareholder have the right to attend meeting, but a debenture holder doesn't have any right to attend meeting. So next, the important thing is, what is company meeting? Examination. Company meeting. What is company meeting? Because as you know, that company is a legal person. It is an artificial person. He cannot do anything of its own. So there needs to be some members has to be conducted some meeting. So for any decision making, there must be at least 2 persons to constitute a meeting. In certain exceptional cases, even 1 person may constitute a valid meeting. The company meeting must be convened and held in perfect compliance with the applicable provision of the Company Act 2003 and thereon. So, as per the proper procedure, it has to be conducted. Like there has to be chairman of the company, then quorum has to be decided, the minutes of meeting is to be noted. All this as per the rules and regulations which is mentioned in the article of association. That way it is to be, meeting has to be convened. The notice has to be given 14 days prior, member notice has to be given. Similarly, what are the kinds of meeting? Company meeting may be classified as based on shareholders meeting. Then shareholders, what is the one? Annual general meeting, extraordinary general meeting, and class meeting. And next other is board meeting. Third is meeting of the committee of the board, meeting of the debenture holder, meeting of, this is different kinds of meeting. So main is annual general meeting, AGM. What is for that conducting meeting, you should have, as I told you, the proper authority. Authority in the sense board of directors, shareholders, all this it is to be, they should give their consent to conduct the meeting. And for the properly conducting of meeting, the quorum has to be followed. What is the minimum number of a quorum? Is the minimum number of members to attend for a valid meeting. Okay, who must be present in the meeting for required by the rules. That is called quorum. In case of public company, the member personally present if the members as on the date of meeting is not more than 1,000. 5 members minimum. If total number of members are 1,000, the minimum number of in public company, minimum number 5 members has to be present in the meeting for a valid meeting. Similarly, 15 member personally present in the case of private company as on the date of meeting exceeds 15% when it exceeds up to 1,000 but up to the 5,000 members. In case of private when the member exceed 1,000 to up to 5,000, in that case 15 members are to be attend for valid meeting. Similarly, when it exceeds to 5,000, the 30 members are to be personally present in the meeting. So this is about the public company. In case of a private company, it is like 1 member present in the company, minimum 1 member are to be present, minimum numbers of men. And similarly, joint holding companies are different provision what is mentioned in the article of association. So next, let us see what is the annual general meeting of a company. The name suggests an annual meeting of the body of the members. Every year can be conducted. So first AGM is to be, company shall be held within 9 months from the date of closing of the financial year. So first meeting will be within 9 months from the date of the closing of its financial year. Within no extension of the time can be allowed for holding the first AGM. It should be within 9 months. So minimum 1 meeting are held there, where the first AGM of a company has been held within 9 months from the date of the closing of the financial year. Every year there has to be some, but first general meeting it has to be within 9 months. The gap between one annual general meeting to other general must should not exceed 15 months. It is compulsory to conduct within 9 months the first AGM. Between 2 AGM there should not be more than 15 months gap. So meeting must be held not later than 6 months from the close of the financial year. So closing of financial year, it should not exceed 6 months and gap should not be more than 15 months. This is about the general meeting. And next one is your extraordinary general meeting. Just 1 minute, please. Next is extraordinary general meeting. It is to be convened for translating some special urgent business. If any special business is there, then extraordinary meeting can be called. So it is to be, it can be called by the board of director and its own accord. Board of director, if they find think that it is suitable, extraordinary meeting is to be conducted, then they can call. On the board of directors requisition also it can be called. By the requisition, them members also they can, by the tribunal also such kind of meeting can be conducted. So if it is required, then extraordinary meeting can be conducted at any time. Next is class meeting. Different class of shareholders. This meeting can be conducted. Right issue shareholders, nominal shareholders. So that different kinds of shareholders can be. Then board meeting. For the company board meeting, board of directors, they can conduct meeting. The company meeting of the committee of the board, the meeting of the debenture holders meeting of the creditors who have, from whom the company has taken loan, meeting of the contributors and winding up. In case of winding up, the meeting has to be conducted. These are the different kinds of meeting. Next, let us see the duties of directors. What are the duties of director? As you know that there must be, director must be appointed, and that is to be mentioned in the your article of association and memorandum of association. So what are the duties, statutory duties? To file return of allotment. So the director, it is the duty of the director to file the return and submit it to allotment and submit it to the register of the company. To disclose the interest, what is the interest of the company? So they have to disclose it. To disclose receipt from the transfer of property, whatever the transfer of property in case of this immovable property, if it is like land and machinery or something like that, in that case they have to disclose the compensation from the transfer of share. What are the compensation is given for the transfer of share, that is to be maintained. Duty to attend board meeting. It is the duty of the director to attend board meeting. The convene annual general meeting. It is the duty of the director to convene the AGM every year. As we mentioned, the first meeting within 9 months. Second to the gap between two meetings should not be more than 15 months. And at any case, more than 6 months, it should not be from the closing of the financial year. Next, to prepare and place financial statement as AGM. It is the duty of the director to prepare the statement, financial statement, and to be present in the annual general meeting. To authenticate annual financial statement, to appoint of the company. It is the duty of the director to appoint auditor of the company, to appoint cost auditor of the company, to make declaration of solvency in case of voluntarily winding up of the company. In case of the company is voluntarily winding up by the member, that case, to make declaration of solvency, they have to give the declaration that company is to be wind up. What are the general duties? Duty of good faith, duty of care, duty not to delegate. So it is the duty of the director to, everybody knows that it is the director is different and company is different. For the benefit of the company, on behalf of the company, director has to act in good faith. So if anything he does against the law, then he will be, individual director will be held responsible. Duty of care. It is the duty of the director to take care of the property of the company, as he is the one of the authority given to him through the company to take care of the stock or property of the company. Duty not to delegate. He doesn't have any right to delegate his duty to the other members. He cannot delegate his duty. It is his duty. He has to complete all the responsibility. Then liabilities of the director. Those are the duties. Now, what is the liability of the director? The liability of a director to company may be considered under the following. What is the ultra virus? As we said, memorandum of association. Whatever the objects are there, object clause. There are different clause, object clause, name clause, address clause. All this is mentioned in memorandum of association. If anything beyond the object of the company, if it is being done, then it is called as ultra virus. It is liable to the company. Director will be liable to the company for ultra virus, because on behalf of company he has accepted the work which is beyond their capacity or beyond their objects. So hence he will be responsible, and company can sue, and he can company can hold him liable for the ultra virus activity. Negligence and modified act. For any negligence or modified act, he has to be liable to the company. The director is liable to the company. Liability to the third parties. If anything for third parties, it goes wrong. Third party he can challenge, and it is the liability of the director to respond to the third parties. And liabilities to the breach of statutory duty. If he breach the statutory duties, then it is his liability. He will be held responsible. Liability of act of co-directors. He will be director with the held responsible co-directors. If co-director, whatever they does under the instruction of the director, if something goes wrong, then he will be responsible for it. Director will be held responsible. And criminal liability also, director is held responsible for the criminal liability. Next is winding of a company. When the company is to wind up of a company is process where it's a life, when the company's life is ending, then winding of a company, and the property administered for the members. It is the property to be administered for the benefit of creditors and members, debenture holders and share. It is to be distributed to them. It is there for the benefit of creditors and members, creditors, shareholders and shareholders. For their benefit, it is to be distributed. In this case, an administrator called a liquidator is appointed, and he takes the control of the company. A liquidator will be appointed by the registrar of the company or by court. As the case, it is volunteer winding up, or it is a winding up by the order of court. If so, then liquidator will be appointed, and she takes control of the company. Winding up or liquidation is the process by which the management of company affairs is taken out of its director. Now, once it is winded up, there is no role of director. All the affairs are taken out from the directors. Now it is the duty of the liquidator who will take the control. At the end of the winding of the company, will have no asset or liability. Once the company is winded up, at the end there should not be any property left over. Whichever the property is left over, that is to be distributed among the, as per the debenture holder, then it goes to the shareholder, creditor and shareholders. So among them it is to be distributed. So there should not be any leftover property. These are the purpose of the winding of a company. What are the different modes of winding of company? A company may be wind up in by the tribunal making a wind up order. When tribunal gives order for compulsory winding up, if the company fails to do certain legal obligation, in that case tribunal will give compulsory winding up order, because when the company affair is not conducted for so long time, they have not submitted annual general meeting, they have not conducted meeting, and there is shortfall of directors. Like this, if it is there, or members, if it is there, then compulsory winding up will give order for compulsory winding up by passing of an appropriate resolution for voluntarily winding up at a general meeting. So members can voluntarily, they passing an appropriate resolution, they can dissolve the company. Once they are not able to manage the company, the members can conduct meeting and they can wind up the company. These are the different way of winding off company. This is all about your company meeting. Any doubt regarding company meeting, or else we will start Factory Act. We have to quickly finish it up. At least something you should understand. Otherwise, only one class is left over for tomorrow. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, next is Factory Act. Factory Act, we are going to discuss about licensing and registration of the factories. How to get license and registration to be done. Health measure, safety measure, welfare. This unit is very important in most of the time in examination. I have seen that one of the measures like health measure or safety measure, it will definitely come in the question. So that is one. And unit 5th also, there is an Industrial Dispute Act, ID Act. Object and scope of the effect of industrial dispute. How to administer under the act. Next is Minimum Wages Act, Workmen Compensation. These three. So let us go ahead for Factory Act. What is the objective of Factory? It is Factory Act 1948, very old, and still it is continuing. But as there is no such kind of requirement to change, what are the objectives of the Factory Act is to improve health, welfare, and safety measure of the workmen. Because to improve the health and welfare as well as safety measure of the workmen, this is Factory Act is implemented. Otherwise, there will be no welfare. They will just factory manager what they will do. They will try to get the extra work from the employees for their health and hazardous act will not be taken care. So as act is there, so they cannot violate those things. For the improvement of health, welfare, safety of the workmen. This is the first. And to regulate by imposing restriction as to hours of work, including rest and provision for availing of leaves. So in Factory Act, impose the restriction, hours of work, minimum hours of work. You cannot continue a worker to work for the whole day. So there is a minimum restriction, and including rest and provision. There should be rest provision in between lunch hour and rest period. They have to be given, and for availing of leave, and once in a week or month, whatever it is, as per that, he has to be permitted for leave. So for those provision, it is the Factory Act is enacted, and to make stringent provision as regards employment of women and young persons and duration of their work. So stringent provision is provided for the women worker, where women workers are working. Lot of care has to be taken, for their, if they have small kids, for their crèche facility, the resting facility, separate restroom should be there for them one, and young person who are working for their hazardous. Some works are there which are hazardous, like cotton industry, proper ventilation, all this in those cement industries. Those are the very hazardous industry. So proper care has to be taken where young people are working. So then what is the term factory? Meaning of the term factory? It means any factory means any premises, including the including the precincts thereof, where 10 or more workers are working. Where 10 or more workers are working on any day of the preceding 12 months, and in any part of which a manufacturing process is being carried out on with the aid of power or its original ordinarily so carried on. So with the aid of power, where power is there, and where 10 and more workers are working in a day preceding 12 months. Then 12 months where 10 or more workers are working, any part of which a manufacturing process, where manufacturing process is to be going on or carried out with the aid of power, where there is a power is there, power running machines, or is ordinarily so carried on, is called as factory. In case of where on 20 or more workers are working, or where working on any day of the preceding 12 months, and in any part of which manufacturing process is being carried out without the aid of power. In first case, when 10 people with the aid of power, here 20 people were without the aid of power or is ordinarily so carried on. So that is called factory. Now, how to license for a factory? Get license for a or registration of a factory. The state government may make rules regarding the submission of plans and approval, licensing and registration of the factory. So the site choosing to locate the factory must have the previous permission in writing of the state government. Where you want to open your factory, you should that place location. The site should be permission for the site opening a factory should be taken from the government or government of chief inspector of factories. You need to take permission from the chief inspector of factories that so and so place. This is the site where I am going to make a factory. So for that, land permission or site permission is to be procured. Such permission will be granted to applicant unless he had duly complied with the direction of the government. He has to comply all the direction of the government. So what are the fees to be paid? What is the procedure? All procedure if he is following, then only permission is to be granted. Every application must be due to a certified plan. There has to be a certified plan. Which type of factory and what is the plan we are going to do? With the challan registration. Registration fee challan one of the factory, then the permission of the and for registration of this provide payable for such registration license renewal of license. If in case of license, in case of renewal of the, it is supposed to be challan should be around the site plan as well as your place. If permission is not granted either by the state government or the chief inspector within 3 months from the date of submission of such application, permission is presumed to have been granted. Within 3 months, you have submitted with due law and as per the procedure, you have submitted your application. Within 3 months, if you are not getting any response from the government or chief inspector of the factory, then it is presumed that permission has been granted. On the refusal of the state government to grant permission, the aggrieved applicant can prefer an appeal within 30 days from there. If your permission is declined, then in that case, within 30 days, you can appeal. You can apply for appeal. First of all, once you have applied, within 3 months, you will be receiving the permission. If you do not receive any permission, it is presumed that you have been granted. If any refusal is there, in that case, 30 days, within 30 days, you can make an appeal. Every order refusing to grant permission of license must be a speaking order. That is, an order passed after hearing both the side and it is passed with reason stated. What is the reason? They will call discuss with both the parties, and finally with written, they will mention that this is the reason for which we are not granting permission to your factory. So license or permission cannot be denied merely on the direction by the government without hearing the applicant. Without hearing the applicant, you cannot simply deny him. You have to call the individual or call the person who wanted to make factory. So you have to discuss with them and you have to cite the reason. This is the reason it cannot be, permission cannot be granted. Next, notice period. The occupier must give 15 days notice to the state government or chief inspector of factories before he begins to occupy, use any premises as factory. So before starting his business, notice 15 days notice to the state government that I am going to start my factory. So that is to be submitted to the chief inspector of the factories. It is essential to intimate by notice the inspector with a copy addressed to the chief inspector of the factory if any new person is appointed as manager in a factory. Suppose if you are using any earlier some manager who are there, again you are changing the manager, new manager is appointed. In that case, in written notice you have to give to the inspector with a copy addressed to the chief inspector of the factories. You have to supply the so and so person is to the new manager of the company. Penalty for obstructing inspector: when a factory inspector is prevented or abstracted from exercising the power, such person shall be punished with imprisonment for 6 months or fine up to 10,000 rupees. If anybody is restricting inspector, preventing him for exercising his power, whatever it is his power during inspection, he has to be permitted. If somebody is restricting him, then he will be punished with the imprisonment 6 months or fine up to 10,000 rupees. For any means, if he is within the preview of his power, then you have to permit him. If it is beyond that, in that case it will be. But if everything is as per the law, then you have to permit him for the inspection. Certifying surgeons. With the approval of the state government, a certifying surgeon may be authorized and qualified medical practitioner to exercise any of the powers used by him. And sometimes they give certified surgeons. So surgeons are certified for the factory. They will be approved. The state government will approve him as a certified surgeon. Next, what is the health and safety welfare measure? Health section 11 to 20 carries over the health measure. What are the health measure? Likely. So, as per the section 11, the cleanliness is to be maintained in the factory. So, for that, all the provisions factory should be neatly clean. There should not be any water splashes everywhere, and spitting facilities. There should be free tool for the spitting and dustbin. Everything should be taken care, and cleanliness should be maintained. Disposal of waste and effluents. There should be provision of disposal of waste and effluents, and dust and fumes. For that, where dust and fumes are there, for the chimney or provision has to be there. Artificial humidifier, those things are to be there to clear the dust and fumes. Ventilation and temperature. For maintaining the ventilation and temperature, there should be temperature control. Some mechanism has to be there, or cooler facility, or something has to be there, so that temperature should not be too high. So ventilation, proper ventilation has to be maintained for the benefit of the workers. The artificial humidification. For artificial humidification has to be provided in the factory, so that they not should be to clear the dust and fume. Overcrowding section. There should not be, factory should not be overcrowded, and there is a proper specification we need to see which is provided in the factory act. As per that, your factory size should be there, the number of persons to be employed, so it should not be overcrowded. Lighting, proper lighting facilities, proper lighting where works are going on, proper lighting has to be there, so that the employees can work properly. Drinking water facility, where drinking water facility is to be provided, their proper it is to be marked the drinking water available here. Like this, some board has to be placed, so that employee can easily get the drinking water. Latrines and urinals, proper facilities is to be there for the worker who are working, and spittoons has to be there for spitting and all, so that cleanliness to be maintained. So this is about. Then safety measure like fencing or machinery, where machinery like belts and all, it is which is dangerous for the employee. If they approach that one, it may affect them, or accident may take place. In that case, fencing of machinery will be fenced. Work on or near machinery in motion. When the people are working near the machinery, proper this marking has to be there, so that people will not go towards the machinery which is dangerous, which is in motion. Employment of young person, dangerous machine. You should not employ the young person in dangerous machine which is affecting to their health, which is a health dangerous. Self-acting machine is to be procured for the benefit of this workman. Casing and new machinery. Casing of new machinery. When new machine is there, casing has to be made, so that for the it should not because sometimes the employees they are not aware, workers they are not aware of the machine, and if the casing is not there, it may cause accident or something. To prohibit or to for the prevention of that, casing has to be There provision of employment of women and children near cotton openers. Provision of women where women workers are there in that and children are working near cotton openers. In that case, it is to be, which is health hazardous, it is to be checked and they have to be prohibited. Hoist and lifts, there has to be lifts have to be there where for the benefit of worker easily they can, heavy things can be lifted. Lifting machines, chains and ropes and lifting tackle. In that case, it should not. It is to be for the benefit of the worker. It should not take much difficulty for the workers to work, so that heavy things can be easily transported from or shifted from one place to other. Revolving machine, where revolving machine is there, proper care has to be taken so that no accident takes place. These are the safety measure. Then one more is welfare of workers. Sitting facilities, as per section 44, there should be proper sitting facilities in the factory. It is not that workers are always working, they don't have place to sit. First aid appliances, you should have first aid appliances, first aid kit has to be kept in the proper place so that in case of any small kind of injury, they can be given immediate first aid to be given. Canteen facility, where people are more than 50 people are working, whether like for their benefit, canteen has to be provided for the lunch or breakfast. Shelter restroom and lunch room. So there has to be a shelter restroom and lunch room has to be there where they can take foods. Crisis, where the women worker are working, crisis facility has to be there so that they can without tension they can work. If they leave their kids at the crisis, they will be taken care there. Then these ladies, women can work properly. Welfare officer, there has to be welfare officer appointed by the government so that to take care of the workers. Then working hours, weekly hours. Section 51 says no adult worker shall be required or allowed to work in a factory for more than 48 hours in a week. In a week, there should not be, it should not increase more than 48 hours. Still, many of the factories, many people, they ask them to do more than 48 hours. So, as per the rules, they are not supposed to. At present, it is reduced to 40 hours. Now, earlier it was 48 hours. Now, it has been reduced to 40 hours. Daily hours. No adult worker shall be required to or allowed to work in a factory more than 9 hours in any day and 40 hours in a week. Altogether, in a week, it should not exceed 40 hours. In a day, at any cost, it should not exceed 9 hours. To facilitate the change of shift, this limit may be exceeded. For changing of shift, like shift duties and some additional you may include, so that for the benefit of the workers, subject to the previous approval of the chief inspector. If any addition is there, then you have to take the approval of the chief inspector. So these are the health, safety, and welfare measures of the Factory Act. So first of factory, what is the meaning of the factory? How we will get the license for the factory? Then what are the provision for opening a factory? Then lastly, what are the different measures? Different health, welfare, and safety measures. So out of the any three measures, one measure definitely it will come, and this is all about Factory Act. And next tomorrow we'll discuss about Industrial Dispute Act, and there are a lot of things are there in Industrial Dispute Act. Then Minimum Wages Act, and one more is Workman Compensation. These two, three small acts we'll be discussing tomorrow. So, if any doubt till now, you can ask me. So today we discussed about the company meeting, the directors' duties and responsibility, and Factory Act. Mostly, I am discussing whatever the major portion and what are the important sections are there. Rest other thing you can go through in your study material, and tomorrow you can come back if any doubt or any case in case of any confusion or any clarification you can discuss tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Anything you want to ask? Any questions?
Sir, kindly share the 87th slide, sir.
Sorry?
87 slide. Slide number 87.
87. Just let me see what it.
Duties and the responsibilities of director.
Duties and responsibility of the directors. Now, which one? What is that? What is the doubt?
Just, sir, just a brief.
Yeah, you can see. It is a general duty. Main duty is duty of good faith, duty of care, duty to not to delegate. These are the endpoints. And other things are statutory duties are to file the return, to disclose interest, disclose the receipt from the transfer of property, disclose compensation from the transfer of shares, duty to attend board meeting, convene annual general meeting, to prepare and place financial statement, to authenticate annual financial statement, to appoint first auditor of the company, to appoint cost auditor of the company, to make declaration of solvency in case of voluntarily winding up of the company. In case of voluntarily they are winding, then he has to declare for the solvency of the company.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Otherwise, you will. This is all in your study material. Also, it is there. Otherwise, at the end tomorrow, I'll share the slide also, this PPT, so that it will be useful for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close it here. Wind up here. So tomorrow we'll be discussing and then other industrial dispute act, minimum wages act, and compensation act. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.